Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frank Baca, Vice Chair of the Bernalillo County Commission. I will be chairing this meeting as our chair, Adrian Barboa, is excused for this afternoon meeting. We do have a quorum. Commissioner Eric Olivas is in the building and is on his way down. He will be here and join us shortly. I would like to call this January 27, 2026 special zoning meeting of the Bernalillo County Board of Commission to order. And I would ask Director Nick Ham if there are any changes to the agenda or updates on the cases before us today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Nicholas Ham, Director of Planning and Development Services. We do have a large amount of items to get through this afternoon, and in light of that, staff, in working with the County Attorney's Office, is proposing a slightly modified hearing format for the board's consideration. And if you would direct your attention to the screens in front of you, and for the public, those above the Commission. The standard procedure would allow for 15 minutes per party, being between the appellant and the original applicant. Seeing as we have 6 appeal cases to navigate this afternoon, as well as a requirement for a public hearing component where we'd like to provide an opportunity for the public at large to share their thoughts with you, we've truncated the time allotted for the appellant and the applicant slightly, and we've also removed the majority of the minutes from the staff presentation. So staff will be efficient in their remarks this afternoon, hoping to provide as much opportunity for the parties, the relevant parties, to be able to provide their thoughts to you. So the modified hearing format is in front of you all. It would be staff 6 minutes, appellant 7 minutes. The opponent would have 10 minutes. The appellant would have a rebuttal of 3 minutes, and staff would have 1 minute for closure. Moving on then to board discussions and questions. We would also make a suggestion to modify the order of the appeals as they appear on the agenda. The reason for that is that we would like to group them in a logical and criteria order. And what I mean by that is that each of the appeals is for both a special use permit and a plan amendment component. And so we would suggest that you group those together by appellant party. And we would suggest moving items 4B and 4C to the beginning of the agenda. This case in particular has invoked the 20% rule, which means that 20% of the property owners within 100 feet of the subject site have opposed the application. That invokes a supermajority vote of the Board of County Commissioners to approve the original application. So that case has specific and a higher vote count burden compared to the rest of the cases that you all will hear today. So staff is suggesting that that be the first appeal case that you all entertain. Moving on then to the Sandia Heights Homeowners Association appeal case, those would be items 4A and 4F. And to hear those concurrently in a similar manner as to those above. And then finally, for Mr. Morrison's appeals cases, those are items 4D and 4E, being the third appeal item that you all hear. And the only difference between the second and the third case compared to the first one is that the staff time will be shorter. You all have already benefited from the staff presentation, so we will make short remarks just reintroducing the appeals to frame the record, and then let the board go into the appellant and opponent presentations. Finally, for the public hearing component, as you all are aware and can see, and I appreciate the public's involvement in this, on the public hearing component, to allow as many folks as we can accommodate to make comments today, staff would recommend 1 minute time limit for individual remarks and a 3-minute time limit for remarks made by representatives of neighborhood associations. And then that would allow for the board to have discussion and questions after that. And in consultation with county legal, we would also encourage the board to stay any of their motions, save for the motion and vote to approve the modified hearing format, to the end of today's proceeding, so that the board can benefit from hearing the entirety of the record, inclusive of the appellant and opponent remarks, as well as the general public comments from the public at large. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ham. I would entertain a motion to approve the changes to the agenda as stated by Mr. Ham.
Second.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Ham, that's a lot of instructions, so I hope that you will allow for questions on format or, as we're moving through. And I guess my question is, does the appellant know that these changes for concise and good dialogue were proposed before now?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Baca, for purposes of equity and in deference to the authority of the board to modify how you all conduct your business, this is the first time that anyone in the public, inclusive of the appellants, will have seen this hearing format. I will note that there are many parties that have advocated for the standard hearing format, being the 2-minute time limit for individuals and the 15 time limit for the appellant presentations. This is the staff's best idea around providing equity and balance, given the constraints of today's proceeding and the amount of work that needs to be attended to. And we stand in deference to the wisdom of the board if you all see it fit to modify the suggestion that we have before you.
And Mr. Chair, just to follow up. And so this adjusted time frame from the county attorney, this meets our requirements that we typically follow, Mr. Martinez? The amended.
That's correct.
Okay,
I will.
thank you. And one last follow-up. So we have a 4:30, so our time constraints that you're talking about for the public's benefit is from now until 4:30? Because we have a follow-up meeting and then an administrative meeting, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baca, you all are a busy group today. That's correct. Your next hearing is scheduled to start at 4:30 and the admin meeting is scheduled to start at 5.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve, and Commissioner Olivas has just walked in. We're just talking about some time changes on the format for the presentation. I think you have been provided a copy of that. So, we have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Approved 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
I will now move to approve the minutes of the November 18, 2025 zoning meeting. Do I have a motion to approve that?
Make motion.
Second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Olivas. Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of November 18, 2025. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now that we've taken care of those formalities, we will proceed with the quasi-judicial appeals process restricted to the parameters set for staff and appellant presentation. This process does not permit public comment, and new evidence is permitted by majority vote of the board. I will read the appeals procedures into the record. The proposed order presentation time limits are as follows. Staff, 6 minutes. Appellant, 7 minutes. Opponent, P&M, 10 minutes. Appellant rebuttal, 3 minutes. Staff, 1 minute. Board questions and discussion. No board action until all cases have been heard. Please be aware that the time limits for each side, appellants and opponent, is the total time allowed regardless of the number of persons signed up to speak. So each side will need to decide how to divide the total minutes among the speakers. Before each quasi-judicial hearing, the following statements shall be read by the chair. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The commission is to act as judges of the particular facts concerning the parties before it, applying existing law to the facts. The commission is to base its decision only on the facts presented to it by the parties and not on any facts supposed by it that may exist outside of the proceedings. The commission is to act with impartiality toward each party, applying the law to the fact without favoritism or bias or the mere desirability of a given result. A commissioner with a financial or family interest in the outcome of a quasi-judicial proceeding should disclose any potential conflict in accordance with these rules and should, if necessary, recuse himself or herself from the proceedings. The commission, in rendering its decision, should make a clear statement of what it believes to be the relevant facts and why those facts led it to its decision. Each commissioner shall avoid ex parte communications with parties bringing case before the commission. However, such communications that occur may be cured by the procedure stated in Rule 4.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, just a little bit of housekeeping. For those that are standing in the back, if there's not a chair available in the chambers, we do have overflow just out these doors and to the right in the lobby and in a conference room where you can view the meeting live. Thank you. And there's also chairs here in the second row in the front.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Before we start with the staff presentation, Madam Clerk, please swear in all those giving testimony today.
Yes, Mr. Chair. All those providing testimony, please stand up. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give at this hearing shall be the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I will begin by reading for the record the different appeals and proceedings four of us. I would just like to say to everybody thank you for being here. This is a very important and perhaps emotional discussion for you, and certainly appreciate and respect your attendance and your input and involvement. This is what how local government works when community is involved and engaged. So thank you all for being here today. The cases before us today, I'm going to make sure I read them in the right order, are Planning and Development Services COA 2026-0004/SPR 2025-006, an appeal amendment to the Paseo del Norte, North Albuquerque Acre Sector Plan, and also COA 2026-0005/CSU 2025-0009, an appeal special use permit for a public utility structure. And I believe both of those, the 20% rule applies to those two cases. Is that correct? And the next item is Planning and Development Services COA 2026-0003/SPR 2025-0006, amendment to the Paseo del Norte North Albuquerque Acre Sector Development Plan, and COA 2026-0008/CSU 2025-0009, an appeal, special use permit for a public utility structure, electrical substation. Also, COA 2026-0006/SPR 2025-0006, appeal amendment to the Paseo del Norte North Albuquerque Sector Development Plan. And finally, COA 2026-0007/CSU 2025-0009, an appeal special use permit for public utility structure, electrical substation. All right. I believe that concludes the introduction of the case.
Mr.
and
Chair?
The cases.
I-
Yes,
I just have one statement. I wanted to, for the public record, I have family members that live in the Sandia Heights neighborhood, but I have had no ex parte communication, and it will not affect any of my decision-making. So I wanted to make that for the record. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Baca. Now pursuant to the format that we've discussed already, I would believe it's at this time I'll turn it over to staff to begin their presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Baca, Commissioners. At the December 3rd, 2025 CPC hearing, the CPC unanimously recommended approval of SPR 2025-6, an amendment to the North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan to allow a special use permit for an electrical substation on a property located along Paseo del Norte frontage road immediately west of County Fire Station 35. Parcel is highlighted on the screen here in blue. Correspondingly, the CPC also unanimously recommended approval of CSU 2025-9, a request by P&M for a special use permit for an electrical substation. Because this site is located within the North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan, any request for a zone change or a special use permit is considered a Sector Development Plan amendment and is evaluated according to the criteria and process in the zoning ordinance. And this is a unique criteria and requirement in this area. At this time, there are a few things that the Planning Department would like to state to frame the conversation. First, all electrical substations are required to obtain a special use permit, regardless of their location. And the North Albuquerque Acres Sector Plan does not prohibit this use. A substation is considered infrastructure. It is not considered an industrial use. The scope of this special use permit is for the location of a substation on a specific parcel, not the route of the transmission lines. In 2024, the comprehensive plan was updated and was amended to include new energy network goals and policies to increase energy resiliency and the equal distribution of electrical infrastructure throughout the county. This area of the county does not have an electrical substation, a use required for all development, even rural development. And this is an important change from the 2021 P&M application. The CPC made the following findings. They found that the project will provide a necessary level of service required to maintain the rural character and support the electrical users in the area, including single-family development, meeting Section 7.0 of the North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan. They found that the setback landscape buffers on the site plan exceed minimum standards, and the design of the wall is compatible with the rural character. And additionally, the applicant has depressed the site up to 6 feet to reduce the visual impact, which is consistent with retaining the rural character and the rural area policies of the comprehensive plan. They found that the applicant had demonstrated prudent avoidance of electrical magnetic fields, and the site selection process that P&M conducted evaluated alternatives and ultimately chose this location for the substation, in part to avoid sensitive populations. And they found that the request is consistent with the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of the county because it is providing safe and reliable electrical service, which is necessary for public services such as fire and police, traffic signals, medical services, and to safely sustain homes and businesses in the area. And for these reasons, the Planning Department continues to recommend approval of the substation. The Planning Department has received an enormous amount of public comment on this case. Since the CPC hearing in December, an additional 600 comments have been received, and they are provided in the staff packet. This does include duplicate comments from people who provided comment in the CPC packet. And additionally, we have an additional packet of comments that we've received through Friday, and additional materials that were provided by the appellant and the opponents, if we can enter that into the record.
Thank you.
Okay. If the BCC chooses to approve this special use permit, staff has proposed revised findings, which are presented in the packet, and we are also prepared with denial findings, if that is the will of the BCC. So with that background, I'll introduce the first pair of appeal cases. The appellant for this first set of appeals is Cadigan Law Firm PC, agent for William Quadros, Nethetra Thar Keshwarpa, John and Terry Pierce, Mary and Scott Kogan, Julia Plummer, Curtis Byron, Robert and Nancy Gerardi, Michael Gellenfelt, Paul and Michelle Edwards, Joe Martinez, Mariana Tiriana, Jerome Trujillo, and the North Albuquerque Acres Residents Coalition. This is an appeal of the County Planning Commission's decision to recommend approval of an amendment to the Paseo del Norte North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan to allow for a special use permit for a public utility structure on lots 7, 8, 25, and 26, Block 2, North Albuquerque Acres, Tract 2, Unit 2, located at 11520 and at 11600 Paseo del Norte Frontage Road, Northeast, and at 11525 and 11601 Palomas Avenue, zoned SDRO and containing 3.656 acres, as well as an appeal of County Planning Commission's decision to recommend approval of a special use permit for a public utility structure, electrical substation on the same lots located at the same location.
Thank you very much. And I don't know that, I apologize if I didn't introduce you, Ms. Iverson, Karen Iverson. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work of staff and your colleagues in organizing the voluminous amount of material that presented to us. Thank you so much. Mr. Cadigan? I'm sorry, Mr. Ham.
Mr. Chair, just for purposes of clarity, I think the record would benefit from the board voting to include the additional materials that Ms.
Thank you.
Iverson mentioned today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to include the materials.
Thank you. So is there a second? Second. Motion and a second to include. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All against, say no. Thank you. Appreciate it.
May I proceed?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Michael Cadigan. I'm at 317 Commercial Street in Albuquerque. I'm an attorney and I represent 16 residents of Bernalillo County who own or live in the area of this planned change to the zoning and the sector plan. We ask that you grant our appeal of the Planning Commission's decision and deny this zone change and sector plan that has been proposed. It must be granted, and this change must be denied because it was arbitrary, capricious, not in accordance with applicable law, and does not even come close to justifying a zone change under Section 18 of the Bernalillo County Code and the other applicable rules and laws. As we see on the viewer here, Section 18 requires that the applicant prove that the proposed use will not damage existing and potential uses of property. One of the problems with the applicant's application in this matter, they never analyze the impact on the potential uses of property of their neighbors. There is an analysis which is extremely flawed that other people will speak to, where they determined where was allegedly the best location. And they looked at whether there were houses that were built on the surrounding plots. What they never looked at and never considered was the zoning of the lots that are their neighbors that surround them. And that is the relevant question under Section 18. What are the proposed or allowable uses in the neighboring properties? In this case, all of the properties that surround this proposed use are low-density A1 zoning within a sector plan that called for the preservation of rural values and the very valuable views that we all enjoy as residents of Bernalillo County. The proponents must prove that the use will not be harmful to adjacent property, the neighborhood, or the community. A massive walled electric substation with equipment ranging from 85 to 100 feet in the air, constantly emitting a low-level humming noise, constantly emitting an electromagnetic field, which will be a visual blight not only on the neighborhood, but the entirety of the northeast part of our beautiful county, which will obscure the pristine views of the Sandia Mountains and the views to the west, and which will harm the entire community and their neighbors, cannot possibly considered not to be harmful to the adjacent neighbors. One of my clients is is the Quadros family, and these materials were distributed to you earlier. And they own a beautiful lot in right next door, right adjacent to this property, with a wonderful view of the Sandia Mountains. If this project is allowed to go forward, their view will be replaced by this BMF, a 14 to 20 foot wall with 100-foot electrical equipment and power transmission lines going across that. The applicants must prove that this use is compatible with the current zoning, and they simply cannot do that under these circumstances. The other thing that I want to emphasize is they must also show that it is not harmful to the community. This use is harmful to the community in this area. There may be other areas further west, further south, where there will not be this harm, but this harm is unique. Its next door neighbor to this site is Bernalillo County Fire Station 35. The word Fire Station 35 does not appear anywhere in the record because PNM never even considered that there is a full battalion of firefighters who eat, sleep, work within just feet of this facility that will be emitting electromagnetic fields. They will be there, as you know, Bernalillo County firefighters, they work shifts of up to 72 hours, 3 days in a row, exposed to EMF. Even PNM admits that there are studies out there that say that under certain circumstances, especially with children, EMF can be harmful, can cause things like leukemia. Also, we don't know whether EMF interferes with the county's communications equipment. I know the county has spent an enormous amount of money upgrading the fire department's communications equipment. There's been no analysis of what will be the impact of an EMF field on that equipment. But more importantly, keep in mind 9/11, the World Trade Center. It took years for us to learn that those firefighters who in their regular job are exposed, just like Bernalillo County firefighters are, to toxic chemicals and toxic fumes. It took years for us to realize that that pile of burning material from 9/11 also harmed them. Let's not take this risk without any analysis of the risk to our Bernalillo County firefighters. Let's not take that risk to make them live, eat, sleep, and work within just feet of this enormous electromagnetic field. There's been no study, and we simply cannot move forward without some study of this. The other thing to consider, and this is a subject that is uncomfortable to talk to you about, but it's property values. I represent people who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of their hard-earned money buying land in a beautiful, rurally zoned area where they thought they could build their dream house and have a wonderful view of the Sandia Mountains. And here is PNM, and let's get the elephant out of the room. PNM is really Blackstone, the world's largest privately owned hedge fund, a $1.3 trillion company. This zone change is for the benefit of Blackstone. PNM is not the same PNM we remember from 20 years ago. This is for an international hedge fund's benefit. So my clients' views will be destroyed. And I want to talk briefly about spot zoning. Spot zoning is illegal under New Mexico law and under Resolution 11686. And a spot zone is illegal because essentially what a spot zone does is it takes a use that would be totally illegal in this large zone, and you put a little tiny use right in the middle of that big ocean of residential use. And what it does is it transfers value from the people who live around the site to the landowner. And so what this spot zone will do is it will take value from my clients, from the Quadroses, from the other families that live in this neighborhood and own land in this neighborhood, and transfer it to Blackstone Energy, which is an unfair aberration of the county's system. I also want to point out that also adjacent to this facility is the Amafka Dam Equestrian Center and hiking trail. There is a trail on the dam where people look at the beautiful view of the Sandias and the volcanoes. Now they're going to look down into this substation with electrical equipment and cables and wires and et cetera, et cetera. Also keep in mind, this commission in 2021 turned down this exact same application. The fact that a piece of paper may have changed is not relevant. It is arbitrary and capricious for this commission to decide that this zone change was not justified in 2021 and decide it is now in 2026. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Yeah, there's some support for that position. Next up will be a representative from PNM, I believe. Please state your name for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Russell Brito. I'm the Land Use and Permitting Administrator for PNM. Thank you for this opportunity to respond to the appeals. Staff clearly outlined the location of the site, the surrounding zoning, its adjacency to Fire Station number 35, and how it abuts the Amafka South Domingo Baca spillway. Just to give you some context for the applications that are being appealed, the intent of the new substation is to address the area of risk where there's an increased risk of outages due to overloaded transformers that do serve the area. There is an area of need in the red oval where the load growth is increasing and driving the need for a new substation. The yellow oval is the area where it's technically feasible to locate a substation in relation to transmission line access and where there are available parcels. I do want to go to the items that the appellant brought up. And point out that in the northeast quadrant of the metropolitan area, there is an existing equitable distribution of substations and other electric facilities south of San Antonio. This equitable distribution of electric facilities does not extend north of San Antonio Drive. Also, south of San Antonio are the overburdened Hamilton and Tramway substations. The project in the Green Square has been planned for since at least 2011. This project will result in better reliability and voltage in the crosshatched service area and better reliability for the areas served by the Hamilton and Tramway substations that are currently overburdened. I do want to note that the acquisition by Blackstone is nowhere near being finalized, and PNM is not owned by Blackstone. I would like to point out that in this case, res judicata is not applicable. This is an administrative action, and several underlying facts are different in this case. It's a new application with a different location. There's been a more robust and inclusive public outreach process. Electricity demand has increased since the last application before this body. And as staff mentioned, the comprehensive plan has recently been updated with goals and policies that help guide decision-making per R11686. And another big change that the CPC unanimously recommends approval of the project. And the existing zoning code already addresses reapplying on the same property within 12 months. In this case, it's a completely different property, and it's been 3 years since the last application and the last action. Regarding any risks to firefighters' health or communications, there are no comments from the fire department in the record, and there's no evidence suggesting that any harm is a real concern to them. The fire department and the sheriff's department communication center nearby rely on safe and reliable electric service. In the zoning code, there is a wireless telecommunications facility standard for co-location on utility structures. There are existing WTF facilities on PNM structures and even in substations, and if WTF providers had any issues with their operations or signals or functionality, they would not be co-locating on PNM facilities. There's no harm to neighbors or real estate values because it's hard to address real estate values because they're very subjective. Electric utility facilities are basic critical infrastructure that exist in all communities and neighborhoods throughout the county. And electricity outages affect water, natural gas, and emergency services because they all rely on electricity. In regards to, in the record, questions about P&M's offer to buy the properties, the offers to buy the properties were comparable to market value of similar lots in the area, and neither the purchase nor the negotiated purchase price are dependent on any government action. Regarding the harm to rural character, P&M has a statutory duty to provide safe and reliable electric service via equitable access to and distribution of electric facilities, regardless of an area's character. And rural character is a subjective term that you have to look at on a case-by-case basis. And in this area, it's especially important to look and see that there are very few, if any, agricultural uses. There's a suburban development pattern that's having continued growth. It's contiguous with the larger metropolitan area. And there are major arterial streets that run through Paseo del Norte, Tramway Boulevard, Tramway Road, and Eubank Boulevard. The appellant in their appeal talk about the waiver requests. The waiver requests do not justify the special use permit. They're in addition to the justification for the special use permit. The taller wall that is proposed around the substation is in response to community concerns about the visual impact of the equipment behind the wall. And the internal grade of the substation was also lowered to further depress that equipment behind the wall. The landscape waiver to not include evergreen trees is in response to community concerns about fire safety, and deciduous trees that are proposed are less flammable than evergreens. The requested special use permit is not an illegal spot zone. Both the planning department staff and the CPC found that the applications are consistent with all R11686 criteria because it's more advantageous to the community per comprehensive plan goals and policies, safe and reliable electric services necessary for the health, safety, and general welfare of county residents. And there are changed community conditions in the form of electric load demand is increasing due to ongoing electrification and new development, and there's a new comprehensive plan with new goals and policies. And finally, the fire station to the east, adjacent to the site, also has a special use permit. The primary reason for the special use permit is to fulfill P&M's statutory duty to provide safe and electric service per state law and PRC rules. The site of the substation was guided by technical and siting factors, not monetary factors, and technically viable sites are limited because residential and commercial growth continues on vacant parcels. And then prudent avoidance and buffering considerations further limit the number of available sites. Regarding Palomas Avenue access and drainage, P&M is only taking access from the Paseo del Norte frontage road. Access from Palomas Avenue is not needed, and development of Palomas Avenue is not required. The grading and drainage plan is designed to capture the majority of off-site stormwater, retain that runoff to support the site landscaping, and it actually improves drainage conditions for nearby properties by reducing flows towards Palomas Avenue. The Amafka Dam and the existing FEMA floodway south of Palomas Avenue may be greater risks to residential uses than a substation. The electric facilities plan requires a siting study. Both county planning staff and the County Planning Commission reviewed and accepted the substation siting study. After the CPC hearing, in the materials you just accepted, P&M updated the siting study to include both potentially viable transmission routes, and this updated siting study did not result in a significant difference in the selected site scoring. It's still number one. The special use permit application is for a substation on private land with mixed use zoning, SDRO. We're not talking about the transmission line, but it was brought up. That would be in the public right-of-way, which has no zoning designation. And the transmission route will follow the underlying jurisdiction's permitting or franchise agreement processes. Specifically, Paseo del Norte and Tramway Boulevard are in NMDOT jurisdiction. Eubank Boulevard is covered by franchise agreements with the City of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, which were adopted by ordinance. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Brito. Cadigan, rebuttal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. First, to address one point that the staff made, which is that there is a current need for these facilities to avoid brownouts and blackouts. If there was a current need to avoid brownouts and blackouts, how come there aren't brownouts and blackouts right now? There's simply no data to say that there is a significant problem in this neighborhood that's being caused by a lack of distribution. Brownouts and blackouts in Bernalillo County are caused by shortages of power in the national power grid and by traffic accidents when people run into transformers. There's no evidence in the record that any brownout or blackout was caused by a lack of distribution. Secondly, you saw the map that shows that the area of risk, the large circle, goes primarily down almost to I-25, and yet this facility is sited up in Sandia Heights, miles away from where the primary need is. And you don't need to be an electrical substation engineer to know that our county and our city are growing closer to I-25 and toward the west. There is very little growth in the Sandia Heights and North Albuquerque Acres area. Those are areas that have been zoned 1 acre, very low density for years, and there is no evidence that there's been growth in Sandia Heights or in the North Albuquerque Acres area, either since 2021 or in the last 20 years. All you have to do is drive around to see the growth is down by La Cueva High School, where there's, by the way, plenty of commercially available for sale lots where this would be better sited, including some adjacent to water towers. There's massive growth. There are townhomes and clustered homes, and there's Albertsons, and there's Targets, and there's a lot of growth down there with a density that's actually using all this power that is needed. There is absolutely no evidence in the world or in the record that there is significant density growth in the area that we're talking about. So this is not equitable. This is taking the needs of the landowners down toward I-25 and sacrificing the landowners up in Sandia Heights for their financial edification. This idea, oh, by the way, so keep in mind, the only real change between 2021 and now is that the site moved about 600 yards. So whether it's technically res judicata, it would be arbitrary and capricious for this commission to decide in 2021 that this particular facility in this place was not justified 4 years ago, and just because it's moved 600 yards to the east, that it is now justified. There is no change in circumstances, and it would be arbitrary and capricious to think otherwise. The information about the fire department, there is no evidence in the record that anybody considered the fire station. It is P&M's burden under 86-116 to prove that there will be no harm to the neighboring facilities, and they have failed in that burden. No evidence of harm to property values. Again, no evidence in the record to support that, and there is evidence to the contrary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to ask everybody in the audience to please not withhold your applause and your comments. I know it's hard not to. It's an emotional and difficult and challenging situation, but it does take away from the process and us being able to hear and concentrate on the speakers. Thank you. Staff, I believe Ms. Iverson.
Thank you, Chair Baca. The only thing I want to note on this case is that this is the case that would require, that has invoked the 20%, and so therefore a extraordinary majority would be required to approve the special use. So since there are 4 of you commissioners present today, that would require a vote of 3.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Okay, if I'm reading the...
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's questions, I apologize. Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for Ms. Iverson regarding that rule. So I think the way that we're going to do this is go through all of these appeals and then, have some discussion, potentially make a decision. So by what you just said, I mean, effectively, all of these appeals are you would need a 3 to 4 vote. Am I correct about that? Because if we're voting on, if we're considering them all in one shot, I don't know, maybe you can just explain that to me.
Commissioner, all of you're correct, the format that we have.
I'll take a try. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Olivas, the extraordinary majority and the majority, because of the composition of 4 commissioners today, it coincides it is the same. You're correct in that. Staff raises it as a matter of importance in the event that the board decides to continue any of the requests today and the composition of the board might change on the day that a decision-making matter might be undertaken. So if a determination is made today, you're right, 3 votes wins the day, whichever direction you all intend to pursue. If the board composition is different on a different hearing proceeding day, the county would just want to be mindful of that fact as we move into potentially a different voting environment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't even think of the 2-2, so that makes sense. Either way, it's the same today.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
And just to make sure from staff, in terms of protocol, this would be a time for other questions at this point in time. Is that correct? If there are any other,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, at your discretion.
any other questions? I see none at this time, so we'll go ahead and proceed with the representative from Sandia Heights. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, staff will just give a brief set of remarks to frame the next case, and then
Yes.
we'll move on.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yes.
Chair Baca, Commissioners, moving on to the second set of appeal cases. This is item COA 2026-3 and SPR 2025-6. Sandia Heights Homeowners Association appeals the CPC's decision to recommend approval of an amendment to the Paseo del Norte North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan to allow for a special use permit for a public utility structure on Lot 7, 8, 25, 26, Block 2, North Albuquerque Acres, Tract 2, Unit 2, located at 11520 and 11600 Paseo del Norte Frontage Road Northeast, and 11525 and 11601 Palomas Avenue Northeast, zoned SDRO, and containing 5.56 acres. This is also the appeal hearing for COA 2026-8 and CSU 2025-9. Again, Sandia Heights Homeowners Association is appealing the County Planning Commission's decision to recommend approval of a special use permit for a public utility structure, electrical substation at the same location.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Okay. Now, the representative, please identify yourself, sir, and proceed.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much for allowing us to be here today. My name is Jim Stewart. I'm the president of the Sandia Heights Homeowners Association, and it's in that capacity that I'm here today. I just returned from Texas last night, and my voice is normally pretty slow, so I'm going to try to speed it up today so we can get through this, because it's very important. Before we address the technical failings of this proposal, it is important to clarify that SHA, Sandia Heights, has been a dedicated and proactive participant in this process since the first hearing on September 3rd. At that hearing, the CPC issued a 90-day continuance specifically to allow for meaningful dialogue. We took that charge seriously. Our board of directors immediately appointed a chair for a special task force. We met with P&M representatives on 4 separate occasions and concluded our efforts with a public meeting attended by over 150 residents. We engaged in these meetings with a sincere goal to influence P&M to move the transmission lines away from the tramway corridor and find a solution that respects county policy and plans. Despite our good faith efforts to reach common grounds, P&M made no substantive change to the proposed plan, and the Planning Commission ultimately recommended approval of a project that ignores the very concerns we were instructed to resolve.
Thank you, sir.
Chair and Commissioners, my name is Paul Karras. I'm a resident of Sandia Heights. With regard to the application of adopted plans, policies, and ordinance are a primary concern is errors made in the application of the requirements of the 2010 Electrical Facilities Plan adopted by the county by Resolution 69, 2011. The first error in applying the EFP was a lack of review of the transmission corridor. A critical procedural error occurred during the December 3rd hearing. The CPC was advised by county staff to exclude the routing of the 115 kilovolt transmission line from consideration as they were not part of the project. However, PNM's application specifically states that both the substation and transmission lines are the subject of their special use permit application, and the filing repeatedly and consistently identifies a tramway route over the original Eubank route. Further, the Electrical Facilities Plan stipulates that the CPC shall review and that the board shall provide consent for transmission projects. There are also missing studies. The EFP requires completing a formal siting study for new transmission alignments. PNM did not perform one, or if they did, they didn't share it with us. They stated in the permit that the route choice was based on a preference expressed by a neighborhood group. Given that the substation siting study included in the application is an incomplete and inaccurate draft study, finalized siting studies for both the substation and the corridor location need to be completed. Lastly, under this criterion, siting logic. The transmission lines in the substation are referred to by PNM as EFP projects 11 and 12 that have been in the plans since 2005. The plans specifically state, even in their latest incarnation, that these projects are intended to serve the growth area surrounding Paseo del Norte between San Pedro and Wyoming, more than 3.5 miles west of the proposed site. PNM's proposal to build an industrial-scale infrastructure project in a rural residential area to serve a distant commercial hub is a fundamental disconnect with the EFP objectives to minimize visual and land use impacts. The second criterion for our appeal relates to mistakes of fact that underlie the appealed action. A mistake of fact was made in evaluating the EMF exposure to the public. The EFP establishes the prudent avoidance policy mentioned earlier to minimize EMF exposure to schools, child care centers, and residential areas. PNM expanded this consideration to include churches and the elderly. While these groups are also important, their inclusion skewed the comparative analysis. Data provided to the CPC on December 3rd did not account for the 37 homes in Sandia Heights that are situated within 100 feet of the proposed tramway alignment, while the Eubank route has only one home within that same 100-foot proximity. By applying an overly broad definition of sensitive receptors to one route while omitting documented residential impacts to another, the resulting recommendation resulted in a favored route being the one with the higher residential density. Another mistake of fact was in evaluating wildfire risk. PNM claims that the wildfire risk is the same on the tramway route as the Eubank route. However, consider the 2022 Bernalillo County Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which defines Sandia Heights as a community at risk, a designation not shared by the neighborhoods around Eubank route. Because high voltage lines can be wildfire ignition sources, their placement along a primary evacuation route in a designated at-risk zone represents a significant public safety issue. Finally, the county made a mistake of fact when informing the appellants and the public of the regulatory process. At the December 3rd hearing, staff, council, and commission members stated that the transmission line location would be settled at a future PRC meeting. However, PRC only holds jurisdiction over the location of lines at 230 kilovolts or greater. Because this project utilizes 115 kilovolt lines, the authority to review and approve the route of the transmission lines lies with this board. The public has no other opportunity for redress.
Chair, Commissioners, on behalf of the Sandia Heights Homeowners Association, we respectfully request that you reverse the CPC's recommendation for approval of P&M's application for a special use permit and the amendment to the North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan. We ask that you deny P&M's project as proposed completely and permanently. Thank you for your time and for protecting the residents of Bernalillo County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alrighty, I believe P&M would be presenting at this point in time. Mr. Brito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, I want to point out when we're looking at substation capacity, P&M likes to not have substations operating at more than 80% of their capacity to allow them to be resilient and reliable to support adjacent or nearby substations when there's an increased load demand or when there's an outage. In this case, the Signetics feeder that comes out of the Signetics substation into the area is operating at 103% capacity. Hamilton and Tramway substations are operating at 79 and 99% of the capacity. So right now, there is no reserve capacity for these substations to support each other. It was mentioned that there have been no brownouts or outages, but we're talking about the risk of brownouts and outages. We want to minimize that risk by making sure that we have a resilient and redundant grid system. Because this map shows the potential for outages in 2025, that area increases dramatically by 2031. Not saying that these outages will occur concurrently, but just that the risk for outages increases in larger areas. All right, regards to the siting study. Again, both Bernalillo County Planning Department staff and the County Planning Commission reviewed and accepted the siting study and the update that includes both potentially viable transmission routes kept the selected site as the preferred site. Regarding special use permit application, this is for the substation on a private property that has county zoning. The public right-of-way where a transmission line would be located has no zoning. There's no opportunity to have a special use permit in unzoned public right-of-way. In regards to the county's facility plan and the county's policy for prudent avoidance, I think it's important to note that it's up to the electric utility to implement this policy to the satisfaction of the county. And P&M has implemented this prudent avoidance policy to reasonably and practically avoid areas of public concern at low cost. And P&M develops new facilities to reduce EMF levels at property lines and edges of rights of way, not where the EMF field may end, but per the policy, it's at property lines and the edge of the right of way where the facilities are. And of course, P&M has and will continue to consider schools and daycare centers to the greatest extent practical and feasible per the prudent avoidance policy. When it comes to public concerns, P&M does take fire safety seriously, address this concern because existing engineering protections and design requirements at the federal level account for worst case fire behavior. P&M has real-time monitoring and controls plus a robust containment system that minimizes any fire risk. P&M has demonstrated compliance with and implementation of the county's prudent avoidance policy. And again, We can't directly address subjective real estate values, but please keep in mind that increased risk of outages and low-quality voltage could be factors to consider. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Rebuttal?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, my name is Keith Julian. I'm a resident of Sandia Heights. There's no dispute over the need for more electric service, but the need exists 3.5 miles to the north and west of the proposed substation. This isn't a question of NIMBY. It's a case of buy when. Build it where it's needed. Build it where it's needed, which is near the La Cueva siting study area as originally proposed in the electrical facilities plan.
Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Brito mentioned the levels at which the current substations, existing substations, are the demand at those stations and the degree to which they're being used currently. I'll remind you that P&M holds all the cards, they hold all the data. So we're left with being in a position of having to trust their analysis on the need. But the electrical facilities plan specifically said that the need was down in the commercial area. I suspect that that the electricity coming from the substations, Signetics, Hamilton, Tramway, has been supplying this commercial development and the residential, high-density residential development in the Paseo Alameda area. But I don't have the data to analyze that. P&M holds the cards there. Regarding the siting study, Mr. Brito said that it was reviewed and approved by planning staff. That is a draft siting study. So as a technical professional who ran engineering offices here in Albuquerque and El Paso, Tucson, and Phoenix, we would have never released a draft report. There are admitted errors in the draft siting study that was published with the applicant's permit. And they issued an addendum as additional information, which is equally obscure because it re-ranks the sites but doesn't provide the data. The table provides the old ranking criteria data and the new rankings. So there's no way to assess whether the rankings were done correctly. It was a draft report and it should be finalized before it's used in a permit setting. Lastly, the discussion of sensitive receptors. I mentioned earlier that there are 37 homes that are within 100 feet. Most of those homes have bedrooms that are within 50 feet, sometimes 30 feet from where these power lines will be located. There are some schools and daycares elsewhere that need to be considered, but if they're 200 feet away, due to the inverse square rule of EMF, the exposure at 50 feet is 16 times greater than the exposure at 200 feet. And the people live in those residences 24 hours a day, 365 days out of the year. Their EMF risk is much higher than it is for temporarily visiting a preschool or a daycare facility that's 200 feet away from a corridor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Staff, Ms. Iverson.
Thank you, Chair Baca. For this set of appeals, the only comment that staff wants to make is that there was an amended set of findings in the BCC packet that addressed some of the concerns and staff errors that were brought up by the appellant, including a requirement, should the transmission line be other than what is proposed in the facility plan, that P&M be required to go through the process of amending the facility plan.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
Ms. Iverson, could you point us to that in our packet? Like, could you tell me where that is?
Chair Baca, Commissioner, there's a memorandum of script today, and it is on page 5.
In the electronic.
Finding number 4, the red line.
Madam Chair, that's finding 3 and 4 on page 5 of the memo with the script.
And I will put it up on the projector.
Can you just point me to it in the published meeting agenda? Is it in there?
It's one of the attachments.
Yes, it is in there. Chair Baca, Commissioner, so each agenda item has a different packet and a different set of attachments. So for example, for case COA 2026-3, it is attachment number 9, revised findings.
I guess I'll keep looking here to see if I can find it. I was just looking for like a specific page number where, you know, we could just pull it up with a page number from the packet.
If you like, Commissioner, I can provide you a written
Okay,
copy.
that's fine. That works. Thank you.
For each of us?
Thank you. Are there any other questions by the Commissioner?
Well, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I also am having trouble finding the additional findings that you provided to us that we accepted into the record today. Is that electronic or?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it is in the packet for each of the cases. Ms. Iverson is also going to hand you all just a printed copy for ease of locating those. And then there's a memo that's prepared for the commission relative to the potential actions for today, and it is also included in that. So if you all don't have it now in your hands looking at it, we will work to make sure that you have it visible.
Mr. Hammond, you're referring to that memorandum dated January 23rd? It's a 15-page document, I believe.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments at this time from the commission?
Can I speak to that issue?
I think we're just going to go on, sir. I'm sorry. We're going to go ahead and go on with the next item.
That was additional information from the staff.
So the next item, I believe, would be the appeal of appellant Mr. Morrison, but staff would initiate the conversation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Baca. The cases before us, I will just want to emphasize that these findings and these revised findings were included in this publicly available packet for every single appeal case. This next item is item COA 2026-6, SPR 2025-6. The appellant is Robert Dale Morrison. He appeals the County Planning Commission's decision to recommend approval of an amendment to the Paseo del Norte North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan to allow for a special use permit for a public utility structure, electrical substation on Lot 7, 8, 25, and 26, Block 2, Albuquerque, North Albuquerque Acres, Tract 2, Unit 2, located at 11520 and 11600 Paseo del Norte Frontage Road Northeast, and 11525 and 11601 Palomas Avenue Northeast, zoned SDRO, and containing 3.56 acres. This is a joint appeal hearing along with case COA 2026-7 slash CSU 2025-9. Robert Dale Morrison appeals the County Planning Commission's decision to recommend approval of a special use permit for a public utility structure at the same location.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison?
Thank you, Chairman Baca, and thank you, members of the commission, for allowing us to address you. I am here to tell you why I'm here, number one, to talk about the history of this substation, and then to talk about,
That was kind of short. I think we'll expand it. We'll switch.
I'm fast, but I'm not that fast. So I do want to address another issue that hasn't been raised, and that's the issue of due process. But first off, I am here because my wife, Ramona Martinez, and I live at 11,010 Palomas Avenue. We are 1/4 of a mile from the current site. We were directly across the street, Palomas Avenue, a residential street from the prior application. We are actively opposing this application because it will impact the value of our property. It'll impact the value of every property within probably a half mile to even a mile of the site. And I can tell you that property values in the nation are impacted substantially by the presence of the substation. It only makes sense because no one wants to live next to a substation. In this particular case, the property and the to be used for the substation, and this was, we're talking about the La Cueva substation. That's the name of the station, and it was named that in 2005 when P&M and the town, or the city and the county all agreed to a facilities plan. That substation was to have been in service in 2011. Now, in 2010, the next facilities plan said the station will be in service in 2017. It was always the La Cueva substation. It was always to be located between Wyoming and San Pedro and north of Paseo. That is where it's needed. That's where it was needed then. That's where it's needed today. The additional substation was to provide electricity for that specific area. It's not going all over the town. It's not going to any district other than Commissioner Benson's. It's going to stay in that area. But it doesn't need to be in the least densely populated area of the northeastern part of the county. And that's exactly where we live now. And that is shown by the population study that's included in the 2024 sector plan. The planned service area that they're talking about now is not the service area that was represented to us in 2020 and 2021, but at the start of this process, P&M represented there had been no change in the project area or the service area that was being included. And if I have time and get to it, I will show you on a map that's in the record that that is the case. In addition to the conversations about the amount of service, there are multiple other substations closer to the area of need, the real area of need, than this substation will be. There is no reason, no justification for this substation. We all can agree we need additional electricity. We all can agree it's P&M's responsibility to provide that to us. And they can't say, oh, we want to put it where it's convenient for us. Put it where it's needed. Don't put it where it's cheaper or where it costs less, in particular in this case, where we publicly know
that there is a pending sale of P&M to an outside agency. In the comprehensive plan in 2024, it's good that we got this right to put this substation put in there, but I don't read it that way. The comprehensive plan talks about a rural area, and it talks about the fact that the process for changing the zoning, or at least it looks like it on its face, is actually more restrictive. So we have a decision of this commission in 2021 that says this is a dangerous thing to put in this area because of the zoning. There's no reason to change the zoning. There's no evidence to justify the change of zoning. And that decision went from this commission, was appealed to the district court. And the district court, in a extremely well-written opinion of 15 pages, analyzes and describes exactly why that application was inappropriate. And that decision is in your package. Because of the multiple packets that we've gotten, we have trouble identifying where things are too, because as of Friday, we got 16,000 pages to look at to try to analyze what we needed to do. And that's one of my concerns about due process. We simply do not have the time to address the important issues that are the subject of this case. There are millions of dollars of property damage and property loss in value that's at issue here. This would take 2 weeks to try if we were going to try it in the court, because there are so many issues involved. So we need more time. This particular application should be denied, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Brito?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you again. Russell Brito with PNM. I appreciate the planning staff putting up the aerial map of the area. And it's evident to see that there are plenty of vacant parcels in the area of risk and the area of need that are yet to be developed, not only in North Albuquerque Acres, but Sandia Heights as well, which has additional lots coming online for development. I want to also point out in response to the appellant, when they talk about distances from a transmission line corridor, that you also have taken into account that transmission lines are going to be 90 to 100 feet in the air. So there's also that distance separation from any kind of areas of concern. The siting study that was performed was done by a third party. PNM did not perform the siting study itself, and the planning study was also done by a third party. This planning study was shared with community engineers from the North Albuquerque Acres Community Association upon their request, and PNM provided proprietary technical information to these community engineers, both of which have electrical engineering experience. One of them retired from Arizona Public Service, a utility company in Arizona, and both of the engineers from the community concur that a new substation is necessary in this area because the area where the load growth is occurring has shifted eastward because of the development of vacant lots in the area. I want to point out that the electric facilities plan description in the project lists there's a clear statement in the facilities plan that utilities are not held to these specific locations because of factors that could be real estate is not available, or the load growth center has shifted, which is the case. Both of those apply in this case. Rural character definitely is a consideration, but please keep in mind that all areas, even those with a rural character, need safe and reliable electric service. The appellant also, again, references res judicata. Again, there are underlying facts that are different in this case, as I went through before. New application, new design, more inclusive public outreach, electricity demand has increased, updated comprehensive plan, and a unanimous recommendation from the CPC. And again, the zoning code, special use permit section addresses it and says you can't apply on the same property within 12 months. It's a different property, and it's been almost 3 years. This appellant brings up real estate values. Again, we must respond by saying real estate values are subjective, they're hard to address. And electricity outages and how they could affect other utilities could be a factor when determining the value of a property. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Brito. Rebuttal?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, if you look at this map up here, you can see large areas of vacant land. There are 2 flood control dams for the benefit of the entire county or city. There's a drainage area associated with those dams. There's the county equestrian center right in this area. So the build out that you can see in North Albuquerque acres is fairly substantial. More significantly, if you're talking about Sandia Heights, there's only 60 vacant lots in all of Sandia Heights. So it's built out. The problem is not the growing residential area. The problem is in the commercial area, the thousands of apartments, I would say thousands of apartments that have been built in the past few years along Alameda in the area where this substation should be located. In terms of the value of land, I, in addition to being an attorney, was a licensed real estate broker for 25 years, and I can tell you that this kind of property doesn't just devalue land, it destroys the value of the land. So you're talking about taking all of the value away from the homeowners who bought that property. Many of them who live there are like us. We have raised our family there. We don't want to leave the area. We don't want to live with power lines running across in front of our house where they will be. And I don't want to see the substation every day when I walk my dog, because I cross these lots and I see them practically every day. And today we actually had some coyotes out there too. So I couldn't figure out if they were pro or against this. I would urge you to think of the people in the area and not of the corporation that's trying to make money. Think of the people who live there like us. I don't want to have to move. but I don't want this power station a quarter mile away that I see every day when I walk my dog on some new route that I'll have to pick. And I don't want to see these large transmission lines running across in front of the view along Paseo. And I know that the people in Sandia Heights don't want the lines up there. None of us want the lines. None of us want the project. We're all against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Staff, would you like to conclude?
Chair Baca, Commissioners, I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Olivas.
I wanted to see, I think this is kind of a question for Mr. Brito. If we could pull up the map that somebody showed of all the transmission facilities, all the substations. Could you talk about that a little bit more? I think that was on an earlier presentation, but it's come up over and over. Yeah, that's the one. So, can you just chalk us through like how you cite these and kind of the need for these and can you just expand on that a little bit?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Olivas, I want to start with this map that shows the substations that are at or over capacity. These are the service areas that exist for those substations. So the blue here is the tramway substation service area. The reddish orange area is the Hamilton substation service area. And then the green area outlined in black is a distribution feeder that comes from Signetics and stretches all the way into the middle of the Hamilton service area. Because these facilities are operating at or above capacity, there's no opportunity for the substations to support each other in case there's an outage. Because generally there are these feeders also from substations interconnect with each other so that if one feeder goes out, P&M can close the switch and reroute power from another substation while the lineman can safely go and make the fix. So it's imperative that there is reserve capacity in all the substations in a general area. In this case, there's no reserve capacity, and so the risk for outages is greatly increased, as demonstrated by what I call scary maps, because they freak me out. In terms of the existing grid in the northeast area of the metro area, yes, there's regularized locations of substations because just by the laws of physics, electricity can only go so far before it starts dropping voltage and loses its quality. So you have to build that capacity in to accommodate that, as well as being able for the substations to support each other in cases of extreme load demand or outages. And so this regularized grid system, hence the name grid, is evident south of San Antonio, but north of San Antonio, there's no equitable distribution of electric facilities in terms of substations, transmission lines, and this new service area for the new substation does create a situation where there's an equitable and technically viable distribution of facilities so that there's better voltage, better resiliency, and better redundancy in this larger northeast part of the metro area.
I think that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brito, a few points have been brought up about a potential substation on Wyoming or between Wyoming and San Pedro, north of Paseo. I remember that came up in the prior hearing years ago. Can you address that and why that is no longer being pursued by PNM? I also have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair. I'd like, you said that it's difficult to address property valuations. I assume you've at least tried. If you can explain what you've tried to do in terms of addressing, there's got to be comparisons nationally or locally that you can make. And so anything you can do to kind of give a highlight of what PNM has found in terms of change of property valuations based on substations.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, I'll try to address the property value question, and I'm going to defer to Cindy Buck to talk about the engineering, because she's an engineer, not me. PNM is not a real estate appraiser. It's not a real estate broker. So we can't speak with any kind of authority to property values and how they might be affected by a new substation, or how they might be affected if there's an increase in outages that affect other utilities and emergency services. There was a lot of anecdotal references to, well, everyone can see that it's going to affect values. I would proffer that there's a consideration about, well, what if there's an outage? What if there's a record of low quality voltage? Is that going to affect property values? If electric water pumps that pull everything up the hill to the area don't have electricity, is that going to affect the quality of life in a neighborhood or a particular community? And the same thing with traffic signals. Traffic signals rely on electricity. If there are outages, that might snarl traffic and influence someone's decision to buy in an area. And Adam McClellan, our land manager, has something to add.
So, and I understand everyone's concerned with property value. The challenge is, and if you guys, this map is a good map of this, you guys can see all those white squares. As PNM has to remain unbiased to its communities to provide electric power, we can't just say it cannot go in an area because no one wants it. Now, I can't give you a property value. What I can tell you is when you go do appraisals, I've never seen it on my property value for appraisals, even when I was in the real estate industry. But as a PNM person, we will not say that we can go do a property value. But if you see all those right squares, those are all in neighborhoods. It's providing power to all those people. And the reason why we had to pick that spot up there, and we had to do it unbiasedly from property values or anything else, is because that area that you see up there in green has been living off of all those other substations. And you guys are right, the Sandia Heights has had a lot of houses there since 2005. North Albuquerque Acres has been growing since 2005, and you're right, the West has been growing. However, because all the electrification, everyone's upgrade to from swamp coolers to air conditioning units, electric cars, etc., the demand has just grown, so it's shifted. So we had to put it there, and that's where Cindy's going to talk about that. But from a land perspective, we have to be unbiased. We have to put it in the area of need, which is she'll describe. And so we have to be equitable to all communities, whether they're due to environmental justice concerns. We have to say, where's the electrical need area? Where will it fit for technical? And we have to stay unbiased on that, and that's the best we'll give you on that.
Thank you, sir. Can I ask a follow-up question
Go
with
for
that? There is some development in North Albuquerque Acres, Sandia Heights, but not compared to West, right? Like a Wyoming area. And the development that does go in there, there's not street lamps. There's not, you got some traffic signals on Paseo and Tramway, but throughout the neighborhoods, we don't have the same electrical infrastructure that we have in especially around the apartment complexes and stuff. Also, with the new houses that are being built, I get the new, electricity demands with air conditioning, electric cars and stuff like that. But I also wonder how many of those new houses have upgraded solar systems where their demands
She's going to explain that too.
As high. Okay, thank you.
And just so you guys know, up to now, That whole north region where you see it vacant or a vacuum of any infrastructure to support it has been living off the southern because P&M is required to only upgrade when needed by the PRC. So there's been enough power up to date. So I'm going to turn it over to distribution planning. And this is Cindy Buck.
Hi, Commissioner Chair.
Could we respond to the questions also, because I don't agree with those answers?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Morrison, would you please let us finish here at this point?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So yeah, I'm Cindy Buck. I am in distribution planning. I'm the manager today, but I've been in the distribution planning department for about 20 years now. I first was introduced to this area project in about 2007 or 8 when I came into the department. We continually analyze the loads at the substations and the feeders annually to see where growth is occurring. We don't necessarily have the exact information of what's going in where, but we see the growth. We see the measured load on the substations and feeders. Because of this, we did put into the electric facility plan, and it was actually put in before I got there, that it was going to be the La Cueva substation in the general area of San Pedro and Wyoming. Over time, the whole area has been assessed and the load has been watched in terms of where it's going. The heaviest loaded substations and feeders are on the Hamilton and Tramway substations, which are the farthest north and east substations. That is where we have the problem today with load. And what that means is if you're running that equipment and those feeders at 100% of their rating, if you were to have a major outage of a substation or one of those heavily loaded feeders, there is not capacity on the adjoining substations to be able to back those areas up. If we were to have a catastrophic failure of a transformer in a substation, this area could see the brownouts and blackouts, and that's what we are trying to prevent. We want to provide reliable and equitable power for everybody. We want to be able to restore your power quickly. So we know the area is growing, but this area is at demand today. This is what we need today, and this risk is there today for summer peak loads. As far as solar is in the area, there is a lot of solar in this area. A lot of residences have incorporated it, some commercial businesses have incorporated it, and that has actually held us over for the time period. It was originally projected to be needed in 2011. The addition of solar in the area has helped postpone that. The second study looked like it needed to be in 2017, but things change over time. Different areas are growing at different times. Solar has helped us to where now we are starting to see the peak summer demand move from like a normal time of 3 to 4 in the afternoon to 6 o'clock at night. That means additional solar is not going to help. It's moving to the time where the sun is not going to be shining. So this equipment rating is going to be there when you're hitting your homes after work, in the evenings, when the heat is the hottest during the summer, and that's what we are trying to prevent.
Thank you, ma'am. So just, driving up and down Paseo fairly often, I see the rural aspect of these neighborhoods with no street lights and not many traffic lights, but around Holbrook and west, you start seeing the industrial growth with shopping centers and grocery stores and community centers and churches and massive commercial use, multiple grocery stores. And so I'm just curious, is this demand that your substations are seeing, is the demand being drawn from down on between Wyoming and Holbrook area where all the commercial development is, versus these residences?
It's
because
everything.
the whole area is underrepresented, it looks like. But the industrial growth is west of these neighborhoods.
It is the whole area. It's residences and commercial. There is some capacity available towards the east there's lots of vacant land still available around the Signetic substation, and there's capacity there to solve those issues as businesses build there. The issue that we're seeing with equipment ratings is with Hamilton and Tramway. They have long feeders that are going up into this area. This area has been served by those traditionally for years. They're at the end of the line. If there is an outage, there is no place to send that power or get that power from, because we don't have something up there to be able to send it to.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barbara?
And yes, my question was, thank you, Mr. Chair, that a mention was made, maybe Mr. Morrison wanted to speak to this, but he was talking about, and you may as well, the La Cueva substation, that this was called, and it was previously located in your electrical plan location. Where is that on the map, the previous one that was considered?
I don't know exactly where it was. It was near San Pedro in Wyoming, I think. But it also, in the plan, there is the provision that as loads change in our studies, things can change. So routes can change, locations can change, need can change based on how the load is growing in the area. This area has been studied more than once, and it all points to the area between Eubank and Tramway along Paseo to serve the area in that whole area.
In this area that's on this map here? Mm-hmm. I would like to see that pointed out on the map. Maybe it's on the aerial.
Russell, do you have the, I don't know if we have the exact location.
Yeah.
Is that it? La Cueva, I think, is further over.
West.
Wyoming is to the east on the edge.
Yeah, it's right here.
Somewhere in there.
See, what's this street is Wyoming? Okay. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baca, oh, this is much easier.
I don't know that we ever had a specific site identified.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe this would be the approximate location, San Pedro, Wyoming, and Paseo del Norte. So this was the location as described in the county's electric facilities plan, with the caveat statement that utilities are not held to these described locations because, as Ms. Buck explained, things change, land becomes unavailable, and the center of load growth in this case has changed.
When the facilities plan was updated in 2010, the location for the substation was changed to Paseo and Eubank. So that update was made in 2010.
So, sorry, Mr. Chairman, and so in the current facility plan, Paseo and Eubank is the location? Mm-hmm. And that's...
Ms. Iverson.
Chair Baca, Commissioner Baca, just to clarify the record, this is Project 12 in the electrical facility plan, the La Cueva substation. The language currently says provide a substation capacity to serve the residential and commercial growth in the area surrounding Paseo del Norte and San Pedro/Wyoming.
But I will admit there are some inconsistencies. The location for number 12 is at Eubank and Paseo.
Thank you. Are there any other questions by the commission?
So sorry, Mr. Chair, just for clarification, and maybe Commissioner Benson can answer this too. So is this Project 12, is this Station 12 that we're talking about today?
That's, if I remember the numbers correctly, yes. It's been a while since I actually looked at that document, but I believe that's it, number 12 on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benson, did you have additional questions or comments? No, thank you. Commissioner Olivas, did you have any? Ms. Morrison, I understand a lot of questions will be directed to the PNA representative. With all due respect to time, if you could just make it really, really quick, like less than 2 minutes, then we'll just move on to the next.
The important thing is, it's always been La Cueva 12 in the La Cueva area. It's a name for the La Cueva Arroyo, and it's west of La Cueva High School. That's the area it's always been identified until they put it across from my house. Then it became the Palomas substation. So historically, they were planning it for that one area. In terms of the record, in the record, there is reference to a national study that shows there's between a 5 and 20% decline in the value of property when it's near a substation. And I would submit to you what applies in Wichita, Kansas, doesn't apply when you're living in North Albuquerque Acres and you're there because of the mountain. So I would say 20% would be probably the standard loss for some distance away. And the people that have the two lots, the only access they have to their property is trails that have been developed across these lots that are now going to become the substation. And there's issues of easements by prescription that they haven't addressed at all in their application. These people could certainly claim them. They've been there they've been there longer than I've lived there, and they're used as the means of access to some of these lots on that are on the incomplete extension of Palomas Avenue to the east of Browning.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comment. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on, unless there are any further questions by the commission. All right. So, Mr. Hamm, as I understand, there's still the additional matter of, before we get to the public hearing, is that correct? Or have we covered all the appeals?
Mr. Chair, just a brief closure by staff, and then if the board sees fit, we have space for additional questions and discussion, and then we would recommend moving into the public hearing component.
Thank you.
Chair Baca, Commissioners, I want to recognize that there is a map exhibit in the facility plan that shows a location a little bit more towards Eubank, perhaps. But I want to emphasize that the facility plan includes language on page 7 of the facility plan. It says that the preferred and alternative alignments as outlined in the following pages are provisional and are subject to revision. So the facility plan contemplated that locations may need to be changed from time to time, and it has those statements has those caveats within the plan. If I can get the overhead projector. The language that I read into the record was correct from the table, and now we're also showing the figure number 6 from the facility plan, which shows project number 12 at that location, which looks to be more like Eubank.
Thank you.
And was that another project just east? Was that number 33 another project?
Chair Baca, Commissioner Benson, project number 33 is the Northeast Albuquerque 115 kilovolt transmission line. It says to provide a 115 kilovolt source for new substations and improve reliability.
Can you put that map back, please? Okay, so we're discussing project 12 there, and then project 33 will be discussed later.
Chair Baca, Commissioner, I have not had any conversation about project 33. Has not been discussed in the context of this case. Perhaps P&M could comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Benson, would you like to address that question to PNM?
Is project 33 relevant to project 12?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, yes. As with any other electric grid system, everything is going to be interconnected. And Project 33, that transmission line, as stated, is to provide additional load capacity to the far northeast area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Owens.
Just a process question here. So we've moved through the three appeals, and then I'm just kind of wondering, process-wise here, are we going to go ahead now and have a discussion on these three, or are we going to do the public hearing on the sector plan amendment and then do all four in one discussion? What's the plan?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Olivas, I think either will work for purposes of your all's decision-making process. I would just remind the board that the staff is recommending and county attorney's office is recommending that all of the votes occur towards the end of the proceeding. So if you all feel that you would benefit from having your discussion closer to your actual undertaking of a decision-making process, it could be beneficial to wait until that portion of today's proceeding to have that discussion. That said, if there are things that are top of mind and germane to the specific discussion right now, we would be prepared to assist the board in answering those questions.
Okay, thank you, Director Ham. Mr. Chair, I guess I'll direct this to you then. I guess my concern is just to have time for adequate discussion and consideration. But if I'm reading this correctly, the public hearing is going to be 1 minute per speaker and 3 minutes per neighborhood association, plus some time for the applicant So how many public speakers do we have, Mr. Chair?
Very good question. Do we have that information?
Yes, we have 43 speakers in person and 5 speakers online.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess that answers my question.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Director Ham. So I thought that we approved at the beginning of this meeting, this is why it's a little confusing. I kind of need your clarification. All 4 of these to be discussed first before we brought a motion. That was what your recommendation was, and that's what we voted on? Yes?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the format is what the commission voted to approve, and the recommendation from county staff, including county legal, would be to have all of your decision-making to occur after you get through the public hearing component. I hope that answered the question.
So my understanding from your handout was we were going to, sorry, Mr. Chair, through the chair, hear all 5 of these items, including the sector plan, before we made it.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's where we are now? We're going to go to the sector plan?
We have concluded the appellate process, and now we would endeavor to undertake the public hearing component, which would be the 5A item on the screen here, where we could hear from the general public.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. A little confusing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just to further clarify or muddy the waters, Mr. Hammond, Mr. Martinez, what I understand there would be an option for have a discussion and a vote at this time as well. That would be a viable option, as well as to wait until after the public hearing. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, our recommendation is to have all of your votes at the end,
Okay.
so that your votes can be informed by the public comment that you will receive today.
All righty. Unless there's any questions, I guess we would be in a position to convene the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, we will now proceed with staff and applicant presentation, then proceed with the public hearing. Madam Clerk, we've already sworn in all those giving testimony, I believe. I don't know if there's any need to do that again, or would there be appropriate to do so? Okay.
I believe so, Mr. Chair. All those providing testimony, please stand up, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give at this hearing shall be the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? I do. Thank you.
All right. So we will begin with a brief staff presentation. Again, just for the purpose of the record, please introduce yourself and feel free to proceed.
Thank you, Chair Baca. Commissioners, my name is Karen Iverson with the Planning Department, Bernalillo County. This is case SPR 2025-6. We just proceeded with the appeals related to this, but regardless of appeals, this project would have and is now being elevated to the BCC for a public hearing because the North Albuquerque Acres sector plan requires that special use permits get a sector plan amendment. So this now serves as the public hearing for that case. The CPC unanimously recommended approval of the request for an amendment to the Paseo del Norte North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan to allow for a special use permit for a public utility structure, an electrical substation on lot 7, 8, 25, 26, Block 2 North Albuquerque Acres, Tract 2, Unit 2, located at 11520 and 11600 Paseo del Norte Frontage Road Northeast, 11525 and 11601 Palomas Avenue, zoned SDRO and containing 3.56 acres.
Thank you. And I believe per our format, the applicant, I believe that'd be Mr. Brito, again, to make a 5-minute presentation. Mr. Brito, please identify yourself for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Russell Brito, Land Use and Permitting Administrator for P&M. Thank you for this opportunity to present our application to you. Thank you, staff, for providing the locations of the site. I do want to point out that the site's SDRO zoning is a mixed-use zone that allows both residential and office uses. Both the residential and the non-residential uses can have buildings up to 2 stories or 26 feet tall. The abutting Amafka, South Domingo, Baca spillway and dam retains water, and its spillway is uncontrolled. That's why there is a FEMA flood zone on the property south of Palomas. We have talked about the area of risk and the area of need. The intent of the project is to address the needs in the red oval and address the risks to power provision in the green oval. Typical distribution system starts with generation with bulk 345 kV transmission to a switching station or a very large substation that further drops the voltage to 115 kilovolts. This then goes to individual interconnected substations that also have these feeders, and these are, for example, the purple and the green line are 2 feeders from separate substations that are connected by a switch. So, for example, this blue line from this substation, this feeder supplies power to this neighborhood, could be businesses, could be neighborhoods, and then Unfortunately, there might be some kind of event, like a tree comes down, hits a feeder line, knocks out power to this area. But what PNM does, it flips or closes the switch between the two feeders and reroutes power from this substation to the area to minimize the outage time and allow a safe environment for PNM's linemen to go in and fix the issue. As mentioned before, PNM's engineering and operating standard is to not run the equipment over 80% so that there's a 20% reserve capacity to allow for these backups of adjoining substations to each other. As mentioned, the substations that provide power to the area of need, Hamilton, Tramway, and Signetics are all running well above their safe design capacity above 80%. So there's no real reserve capacity for them to support each other. By 2025, the area of increased risks are noted here. By 2031, the area of increased risks of outages increases dramatically. Once the North Albuquerque Acres or Far Northeast substation is built and energized, it will serve Sandia Heights, North Albuquerque Acres, Oakland Heights, Heritage Eats, Vineyards Estates, Noreste, and other neighborhoods in the far northeast metro area. Want to also point out this will also relieve and address the issues with the overloaded substations. Bringing all of them below 80%, allowing for plenty of reserve capacity for a robust, resilient system. PNM fulfilled all required public notice per Bernalillo County 94-4 with certified mails, letters to Sandia Heights and North Albuquerque Acres. We also sent letters and notice to other neighborhoods throughout the area of risk. PNM posted the required public notice signs in August of 2025 on 3 sides of the site as required by county planning staff. There was a lot of public outreach related to this project that began in 2024 with informational emails sent out to 29 neighborhood associations. We started a public information webpage, and we met with neighborhood association boards and general membership upon request. We hosted 2 open house events that garnered a lot of participation. We had a lot of interaction with North Albuquerque Acres, including their community engineers that reviewed our proprietary technical information. At the September CPC public hearing, as was mentioned previously, there was a continuance, and during that continuance, PNM had a lot of interaction with neighbors and neighborhood associations and institutions in the area.
I think that concludes your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
All righty. For public comments, I think we're going to start with the in-person, and we will read the instructions, and we'll just appreciate everybody's prompt and courteous address the commission so we can get through this quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This afternoon, we have a total of 43 speakers in person with 5 speakers on Zoom. Please line up at the podium when your name is called. When it is your turn to speak, please state your name for the record. We will start with Nancy Fergang, followed by Simon Hickey, followed by Carol Hickey.
Excuse me, Mr. Ham, did you have a comment?
Mr. Chair, just helping to manage your business here, given the different time limit for neighborhood association representatives, if they could just identify themselves when they approach the podium.
That's a good point. 1 minute per speaker, 3 minutes if they're in fact representing a neighborhood association. Thank you, Mr. Ham.
And Mr. Chair, may I issue a resolution number?
Please.
Yes. For item 5A, It is AR 2026-5.
Thank you. Madam Clerk. Okay, I believe we're ready to go. Timer's on. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Fergang. I'm a resident of Sandia Heights. P&M intentionally misquoted the Bernalillo County Electric Facilities Plan. In the letter they wrote to neighboring residents, P&M said, quote, "We selected the tramway route because it prudently avoids sensitive receptors such as schools, childcare centers, and churches." They go on to say, quote, "This is consistent with the Electric Facilities Plan." However, it is not consistent with the plan. The Electric Facilities Plan states that new transmission corridors shall consider schools, childcares, and residential areas, not churches. The statement in P&M's letter omitted residential areas and inserted churches, even though their proposed transmission line route passes through the most densely populated areas of Sandia Heights. The County Electric Facilities Plan doesn't even mention churches at all, but consider there is a large church on Eubank Boulevard, but no daycares or schools, and a much lower residential density. So what was P&M actually considering? Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And just for follow-up speakers, I'm going to assume that it's a 1 minute time limit as an individual unless you identify yourself as representing a neighborhood association. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Simon Hickey. I live in North Albuquerque Acres. I was going to talk about how this application clearly conflicts with the comprehensive plan and the sector development plan, but what has been brought up a couple of times is the site selection survey. I was one of the people that saw that site selection survey when it was originally used to identify this particular location, and it was full of errors. They came up with computations that identified the wrong site as the site that should be the site that's selected. They did do these amendments, and even those amendments are flawed in their logic and so forth. So here we have a situation where we've got people that are having significant impacts to their homes, and P&M is providing a report that's a draft, it's not independent, and it's flawed in its thinking and flawed with some of the data. I asked you to consider that when you're thinking about whether this site is really the site that this substation should be located. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Carol Hickey, followed by Eileen Caras, followed by Marena Tiano.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Carol Hickey, and I live up in North Albuquerque Acres. P&M's claim of community support comes from a 7-member North Albuquerque Acres Community Association board, a couple of engineers, and a very, very small group of residents who endorsed the project only if the transmission lines are routed east. They explicitly acknowledge the harm to their area and will support the project only if that harm is reflected or redirected into another community. Even they recognize the harm to the project will cause. We know for a fact that there is overwhelming community opposition to this project. Over the past several months, residents went door to door throughout the area. We spoke with hundreds upon hundreds of residents, and only one person we spoke to supported the project. One. Many believe that the court already decided the substation could not be built in North Albuquerque Acres. Their reactions were consistent: shock, dismay, anger, and strong opposition. People are extremely upset. As you know, hundreds of residents submitted letters to clearly demonstrate their opposition, and it's important to understand that this opposition extends way beyond North Albuquerque Acres and Sandia Heights. It's an area that's cherished by Albuquerque and visitors to Sandia. There's no question there's widespread opposition. We urge the board to please do not put this on the community as a permanent scar. Thank you.
Eileen Caras, followed by Marena Tiano, followed by Paul Caras.
Can you switch this over, please? Hi, I'm Eileen Caras. I'm here to oppose P&M's application for the industrial monstrosity and the 90-foot power lines placed in a residential area. P&M delayed providing information about the substation project. The CPC asked P&M to conduct additional outreach on September 3rd, specifically to let Sandia Heights residents know about the transmission line. P&M waited 71 days later. Sandia Heights residents received a letter from P&M describing the substation and transmission line plan. This was only 3 days before the Bernalillo County comment deadline. In those 3 days, we got 485 letters of opposition from the people who live in Sandia Heights and North Albuquerque Acres. On PNM's website, they write that they prefer the tramway transmission line option because of substantial public feedback. However, that was based on a mere 21 responses they received before Sandia Heights was notified. We hope that you understand our arguments. I'm missing a bunch here because I thought I had 2 minutes. Of increased fire risk, increased homeowners insurance, decreased home values, unhealthy exposure to EMF for 38 homes, churches, businesses, and disturbing the beauty of our tramway hiking, biking path. Please listen to the people and let their voices be heard.
Thank you.
Please fight for us and for our backyard. Pretend this is your backyard. And don't sell us out to PNM and Blackstone. Thank you so much.
Morena Tiano, followed by Paul Caras, followed by Larry White, followed by Art Morganti.
So today I wanted to discuss Category 3 of the Burns and McDonald reports, specifically as it relates to Site 9. Category 3 is the transmission line category and represents 22% of the overall decision process. Criteria 1 looks at the length of the line that runs from the substation, either down Eubank or down Tramway. And that Site 9 is the farthest away from either corridor. Yet when they redid the study, they obscure that by calculating each site coming all the way down from Eubank or even farther west, all the way down to Tramway and up, or down Paseo and up Tramway, as if they would ever build the line there. That's not cost effective. The only site that needed to be a double evaluation was Site 9. Should it go down to Tramway or to Eubank? The distance from Site 9 to Tramway is farther than to Eubank. I urge you to not run those power lines down Tramway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Caras, followed by Larry White, followed by Art Morganti, followed by John Pierce.
Hello, my name is Paul Caras, a resident of Sandia Heights. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with the board. This is the cover of the facility plan. Can we have this on? Is this on? Okay.
Yeah, let's play PlayStation.
Losing my time here. This is the facility plan, 2010 to 2020. Has PNM approached the county and asked for an update of this if they know that the load center has changed, that they need to move their facilities? In 2010, so this is a 16-year-old report, in 2010 when this was issued, the La Cueva substation line, Project 11, that PNM quotes in their permit, and the La Cueva substation are to serve distribution substations to improve the reliability in Northeast Albuquerque, provide substation capacity for the residential and commercial growth in the area of Paseo del Norte, San Pedro, and Wyoming. This is the map that shows Site Project 11, which is one of the projects that PNM has proposed in their application. It's located just south of Paseo del Norte and west of Wyoming. That's the transmission lines for this substation. Lastly, this is the approval matrix from the EFP that says on any action which results in submittal of a specific project for approval, Project 11, Project 12, those are listed in Table 5, that the County Planning Commission will review and Bernalillo County will consent. And that includes 11, which is the transmission lines, and 12, which is the substation.
Thank you very much for your comments. As you all can see, 1 minute is a very, very short time, so please just say your name and then just get straight into your making your.
I think we all thought we had 2 minutes.
Yes, that was.
My name's Larry White. I live in Sandia Heights. Moved here 25 years ago to become medical director of behavioral medicine at Presbyterian Hospital. We moved here in Sandia Heights because we wanted a rural area. What does that mean? We don't have lights over the house. We don't have electric lines. We have bears. We have deer. We have quail. We have all sorts of animals around Albuquerque, around New Mexico that come to visit us all the time, and we love it. That's why we're here. Quality of life is what we have to offer in New Mexico. Part of my job was to recruit doctors, psychologists, and nurses. You know how hard it is in Albuquerque? We don't pay enough money. Is the primary reason with our surrounding states. We have quality of life. Come and let me show you where I live. I see Mount Taylor. I live below, below the mountain. I have beautiful quality of life, beautiful recreation areas. People from all over the country come and run along our trails and run along tramway. They are practicing to exist in higher altitude. We love this place, but it's really hard to recruit people here unless we have a great quality of life.
Thanks, sir.
Period.
Art Morganti, followed by John Pierce, followed by Terry Pierce, followed by PJ Valencia.
My name is Art Morganti. I live in Sandia Heights. I oppose P&M substation plan, and I hope you deny their applications. I agree with the very strong and well-researched arguments in all three of the appeals. What disappoints me the most about this process is P&M's deliberate and unethical conduct throughout the whole process. And they've got a legal department, so anything they send out has been reviewed by their legal department. So every word in their communications has been looked at by their legal. They've manipulated the outreach, the 71 days that they delayed. They've misled the public. They violated the electric facilities plan, resorted to trickery with the QR code on one of their letters. When clicked, it goes straight to a letter of support. A lot of people thought that this was just signing up for additional information about the project, but it was a letter of support. Anyway, if this conduct is allowed and it's successful, it will be amplified by Blackstone, I guarantee you. So I urge you to protect us from this corporation. Corporations have no soul, but you do. And we're asking for you to protect us from the corporate focus on profits. Thank you.
John Pierce, followed by Terry Pierce, followed by PJ Valencia, followed by Richard Megaton.
Go ahead and speak. Sorry, go ahead and we'll get that from you, sir.
Because you're gonna need this to look at it later. How do you turn this thing on? It's not on. Oh, there it goes. There we go. My name is John Pierce. I'm with the North Albuquerque Acres Resident Coalition as well. I'm a real estate broker and a retired builder. This is regarding Table 3.7 land use site criteria data inconsistencies. Site 4, it states 4 residences within 100 feet, 6 residences within 300 feet. I can only measure 5. 1 institutional use. Site 5, 1 residences within 100 feet. There are actually 4. 3 residences within 300 feet. There are actually 10. 1 institutional use. Site 6, 1 residences within 100 feet. There are actually 4. 3 residences within 300 feet. There are actually 6. 2 institutional uses. Site 8, 0 residences within 100 feet. There are actually 8. 0 residences within 300 feet. There are actually 9. 0 institutional uses. Site 9, 0 residences within 100 feet. There are actually 4. 0 residences within 300 feet. There are actually 8. 0 institutional use. The fire station is an institutional use by any definition. None of those, this was loaded for those sites to be number 1. And it's absolutely unacceptable to all these professional people that live in that neighborhood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Terry Pierce, followed by PJ Valencia, followed by Richard Meganson, followed by Amber Logan.
I would just like to call to everybody's attention on their board. My name is Terry Pierce. On their application for 666 and 999 is what we call it, the acreage alone is inconsistent. P&M's application states the project is for 4 acres, yet they checked the box for the 5 to 19 acres, and they paid the fee, which was $875, for that application. That opens them up to be able to use a special use permit for up to 20 acres. Some sites, they also state in the North Albuquerque Acres Community website that they chose this site because some sites might not be large enough to accommodate expansion, requiring the selection of a new site in the vicinity. With the current application the way it is, expansion is left open. It's open-ended. There's no need for P&M to have to reapply for a special use permit. Thank you.
PJ Valencia, followed by Richard Megginson, followed by Amber Logan, followed by Mary Moya.
Please.
Hello, I'm Peggy Valencia. I'm the president of North Albuquerque Acres Community Association. So, I guess
You get 3 minutes. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Baca and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the North Albuquerque Acres Community Association Board of Directors. Just on a side note, I want to say that most of the board members were in service during the first attempt for P&M to gain a substation in North Albuquerque Acres. So we have experience. November of 2024, after P&M's open house, our board, along with a trusted neighbor engineering advisors, met over 18 times in person and many more via phone and email. Our volunteer engineering advisors are independent electrical and energy engineers, each with more than 30 years of experience in electrical power generation and distribution, complex system development and evaluation. They independently reviewed P&M's justification for a substation, ensured all alternatives were evaluated, and assessed the site selection process for fairness and reasonability. June of 2025, P&M announced the proposed substation site that met their technical needs. Our board then mutually agreed that this project was essential and likely to happen even if we didn't want it in our neighborhood. As written in our previously submitted letter and unanimously reaffirmed last week, a transmission route placement is a critical component of the substation project. Our primary concern with hosting the substation in our neighborhood is the possibility of the transmission route being located along Eubank, bringing EMF exposure risks to the very young children and infants at Covenant Daycare and attending preschoolers at Sandia Presbyterian and Grace Lutheran preschools. In addition, the facility-bound residents at Murata would be affected. These populations require they're especially vulnerable and to the unknown health effects associated with transmission line EMFs like leukemias and other cancers. It requires special consideration in land use planning decision as stated such in the county's EFP guidelines. A transmission route along Eubank would cause potential harm to our most vulnerable. In that case, we would have to oppose hosting the substation. Therefore, we respectfully request the Board of Commissioners exercise its land use authority by explicitly including location of the transmission route as a required and essential condition of a substation approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Megginson, followed by Amber Logan, followed by Mary Moya, followed by Christine Benefield.
Please proceed.
Vice Chair Baca, Commissioners, thank you. I was part of the group with North Albuquerque Acres that was initially opposed to a substation in our area for various reasons. And due to the analysis that was done, as mentioned by the neighborhood engineers, I've come to the realization that the power is needed in our area and it is the location has to be in our area. I don't want a substation there. I prefer that we didn't have this necessity, but it appears that it is needed, and I and my neighbors don't want to run out of power or have brownouts and blackouts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber Logan, followed by Mary Moya, followed by Christine Benefield, followed by Kathy Yandel.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Amber Logan. I've been on the board of NAACA since 2019. Our board is made up of unpaid elected volunteers who care deeply about our families, our neighbors, and the North Albuquerque Acres community. We bring diverse professional and life experience to our work, and we operate thoughtfully, transparently, and in good faith. For the past 15 months, PNM's proposed substation has been the primary focus of our board's efforts. We've reviewed this application thoroughly and deliberately. I want to be very clear. The NAACA board did not choose the location of the substation. PNM selected the site. Our role has been to evaluate the proposal and its impacts to the community. This substation will provide critical infrastructure and improved reliability, not only for North Albuquerque Acres, but for surrounding communities as well. While meeting the regional need is PNM's responsibility, because of geography, North Albuquerque Acres has been positioned as central to fulfilling it. I have a little bit more to say, but thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much.
Mary Moya, followed by Christine Benefield, followed by Kathy Yandel, followed by Paul Losi.
My name is Mary Moya. I live in Sandia Heights, and I want to make sure that the Commission understands the siting study report that PNM provided. I do agree that there are errors in the report, but even if you look at their data, and you can confirm these numbers by looking in Appendix 9 of your study materials, they rate the Site 9 with the U-Branch transmission routes to be a score of 24.8. They score Site 9 with the tramway transmission routes as 26.9. So that says that the tramway transmission routes has a more than 8% greater impact, a negative impact on the surrounding communities than the U-Bank transmission rights. This is in their own report using their own data. So I hope that you pay attention to that, and I encourage you to disapprove the Site 9, when it's tied to the tramway transmission route.
Thank you.
Christine Benefield, followed by Kathy Yandel, followed by Paul Losi, followed by Margie Marley.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Benefield. I, like everyone here, am a consumer of electricity. I come from a family filled with public service electrical workers. I believe in the heart of service that utilities and their workers have to work for the public, handling electricity so that everyone is safe and comfortable in so many ways. Utility companies have many laws, parameters, and state guidelines, many for safety, that they work within. PNM has to work within these too. I believe that PNM is just trying to give us proper service, reducing the load on current overloaded area substations and infrastructure, the whole network. We need this power. Density growth is not the same as usage growth. You won't have increased property value if you can't get a permit because there's not enough power to do things like build a house. Or switch, sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Yandel, followed by Paul Losi, followed by Margie Marley, followed by Jack Cottigan.
Kathy Yandel. Good afternoon, Chair Baca and Commissioners. Paul Karras mentioned that there was a study done by PNM to see about the fire risks between U-Bank and tramway, and that they found the two to be equal. And I'm not quite sure what planet that study was done on, because if it couldn't have been done in Albuquerque, because if you drive in Sandia Heights, you see a big sign, danger, high wildfire risk area. Now, I'm not a specialist in safety or in fire management, but Julie Rockman is. And she's worked in fire safety and along with the National Forest Service for many years. And she points out that there's no natural barrier between tramway and all the way over the Sandias for fire risks. It could rage all the way over. And finally, siting the transmission lines on tramway would be a huge risk to PNM itself. Think of PG&E in California and the $13.5 billion that had to be paid out as settlements to victims. So I urge you, let's minimize fire risks for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Losi, followed by Margie Marley, followed by Jack Cottigan, followed by Leandra Schuler.
Hi, I'm Paul Losi. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm the owner and CEO of Covenant Daycare on Paseo del Norte. I just want to go on record saying that am not at all opposed to P&M, the site location. I think because of the emergency or the receptors that are in our building, there's 190 children there from 6:30 to 6 a.m. every day, that you would consider those sensitive receptors in your decision. I think it's just very important that the the transmission line gets located on tramway, not in front of the school. The reference to the number of feet that the line is to the building, it's not 200 feet, it's between 50 to 100 feet. There's no information about EMFs in leukemia in children. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margie Marley, followed by Jack Cardigan, followed by Leandra Schuler, followed by Kindred Murillo.
Hi, I'm Margie Marley. 5 factors were used to evaluate the impact of transmission lines. The factors do not consider the unique attributes of Tramway Boulevard, which has a public recreational trail and unimpeded views of the magnificent Sandia Mountains. I am one of the hundreds of daily recreational users of the lovely Tramway Trail. This path is a highly valued Albuquerque community asset and is heavily used for outdoor exercise by its citizens. The trail system was not designed or expected to become a major utility right-of-way corridor and should never be allowed to have large-scale infrastructure within this designated rural and residential zone. Erecting the proposed 20 90-foot towers, each supporting 6 or more 115 kilovolt transmission lines on tramway directly above this narrow recreational trail and next to at least 20 residences within 100 feet of the lines, and then west onto Paseo would destroy the view shed for all the trail users, residents, but passers-by, including tourists, as we bicycle, walk, run, or drive along this scenic corridor.
Thank you.
Jack Cardigan, followed by Leandra Schuler, followed by Kindred Murillo, followed by Keith Julian.
Hi, I'm Jack Cadigan, North Albuquerque Acres. I'm one of the 2 community engineers that was asked by our board to go in and coordinate with P&M and take a look at what was behind this technically. I have a lot of experience in some of these areas, and especially with this equipment, even on a larger scale. But I think the main thing I would just like to share and get across is we were given unfettered access to P&M's the area reliability data to really understand what was going on with that, the profiles of where blackouts might occur and why, and also what kind of equipment margins were left before they could start to be damaged. We also were able to see susceptible areas that could lose power with just a small amount of electricity addition, as P&M has already stated today. We also we saw their independent contracted engineering studies that were the backbone of this whole thing. And so I would just say that where we are in this, I'll just close there's good technical basis for this being done. None of us wanted to have this substation in this room, but the bottom line is it needs to be there.
Thanks.
Leandra Schuler, followed by Kindred Murillo, followed by Keith Julian, followed by Julia Plumer.
Hi, Leandra Schuler here. I have children, and I'm in Sandia Heights. I go to the park regularly, Little Cloud, that's less than 150 feet away. There's 47 or 37 homes that are directly under those lines that are much closer than the 200 or so feet of the schools. As a mother, would not want those on top of the schools, but they're far enough away. According to the USDA, it recommends at least about 150 feet distance to not cause the EMFs to cause harm to people. But when I went canvassing, there are people with babies, elderly that do not leave their home, so they're at risk of having the EMFs over them all the time. Because we measured a lot of the homes, and some are 30 feet, some are 50, and I feel like they would be higher risk than children over 200 feet away where they are on Eubank.
Thank you.
Kindred Murillo, followed by Keith Julian, followed by Julia Plumer, followed by Tito Busani.
Thank you. My name is Kindred Murillo. I have the honor of actually sitting in the seat of P&M in siting substations and transmission lines. This is a very difficult issue for a lot of people. I oppose both routes. I oppose the location of the substation. I think if you look at the planning documents, they need to be redone. They need to be very clear about the impacts on the community. And they need to be north of Paseo del Norte and moreover toward the west. I don't understand, after looking at the data from PNM, why this location and why these routes. And fire, we lost 8 acres of land, my husband and I did. We had one exit out. To block the exit for Sandia Heights is reprehensible.
Thank you.
Keith Julian, followed by Julia Plumer, followed by Tito Busani, followed by Melissa Freeman.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for listening to us today. I'm a small business owner. My name is Julia Plumer. My home is my largest asset. PNM has not done their due diligence to evaluate permanent residential devaluation or compensation. Studies do show devaluation from 5 to 25%. On a $1.2 million home, a home that is at 15% is $180,000. The fire station was not taken into account, nor the equestrian center owned by the county. Why would you agree to devalue an asset that is made to enjoy? Horses are sensitive to AMF exposure, and this can cause stress and behavioral changes. This location is inappropriate, as ruled on before, and is in a flood zone and has not been thought through fully, and is in a flood zone, and fire risk is a huge, major thing. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Fort Hills would never have a way to get out. I mean, there's one way in, one way out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tito Busani, followed by Melissa Freeman, followed by David Harris, followed by Mark McNeil.
Yeah, good afternoon. So I'm Dr. Busani, an endowed professor in electrical and computer engineering at University of New Mexico, independent personal expertise. And I hear a lot of people that they don't have technical expertise so far in this field, except one. So I want to be clear from the beginning. I'm not questioning whatever PNM is right or wrong. Neither I question the information has been provided are correct or incorrect. What I'm saying, speaking as a technical expert, is that data can be framed in many ways. The same data set can support very different conclusions depending on how it's presented. That is precisely why science relies on rigorous independent review. When scientific results are published, they are evaluated by an independent review with no conflict of interest. When patents are filed, they are examined by lawyers and counter-lawyers to verify accuracy and originality. This safeguard exists not because of bad intention, but because oversight happens and relying on a single perspective creates bias. Let me say something. So the key question is this: how independent are the evaluators and the studies which has been shown so far in this report? The experts involved may be competent, but they were selected by PNM. In everyday term, when you sell a house, you don't hire the inspector, the buyer does. The county should hire an independent evaluator or the people and check if the data of PNM are correct. That's the due diligence, is common sense. If you vote for incompetence, because PNM is showing incompetence in many levels, what they say about solar is wrong or is partially true. Because you can put storage and you offset the peak demand. So, what I'm saying is that if you vote in favor of incompetence on many levels, you vote against the people, you are personally liable, and in the future, you can be accountable and no insurance will protect you.
Thank you, sir.
Melissa Freeman, followed by David Harris, followed by Mark McNeil, followed by Christine Jacobus.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Melissa Freeman, and I've lived in North Albuquerque Acres for 27 years. I will directly be visually impacted by the substation and the transmission lines, regardless of which route they take. I know the mission today, but the issues of the placement of the substation and the transmission lines associated with it are mutually inclusive. Separating them is like asking one neighborhood to absorb the environmental impact of a new airport without addressing the flight paths. So with that in mind, I support
unenthusiastically the PNM substation in the proposed NAA location, but only with the caveat that the transmission lines are routed down tramway per PNM's application. This comes down to one distinguishing issue because all the others being raised affect both the tramway and alternate U-bank routes fairly equally, and that's the issue of prudent avoidance of sensitive receptors, which is included in the guidance of the EFP. If I may just have some extra seconds since other people took it. The preferred tramway route does not include the number of schools, church daycares, not churches, but the church daycares, or the adult assisted living facility that are along the route. I don't like the idea particularly of them running down tramway either, but there is precedent for them. They already exist along the recreational path between Academy and Montgomery and across the Bear Canyon open space, and no such towers exist anywhere along Eubank through the entirety of the city. So there is precedent, and I would encourage the consideration of environmental equity. If NAA is to absorb all of the negative impacts of a substation for the benefit of the greater community in mind, then areas along tramway that will also reap the benefits of an upgraded power grid ought to absorb some of the negative impacts in the same spirit. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Harris, followed by Mark McNeil, followed by Christine Jacobus, followed by Amy Sanchez.
Please just go ahead and state your name and proceed.
Hi, I'm Christine Jacobus, better known as Cooch Jacobus to many of you, and thank you for having us here today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the quality of life. I live on San Bernardino, right next to Little Cloud Park. I've watched Little Cloud Park for many years. My brother was the county commissioner, and AMAFCA gave that land to you as county commissioners for a park. The park now is in danger of having high voltage lines kind of go right. I think now they've changed it a little bit. They're going to cross over tramway. It's any way you look at it, that Little Cloud Park is not served by big kids. It's served mostly by families with small kids. And thanks to the county commission, years ago, about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I came to see Julie Baca, and they put small equipment in for those kids. You need to consider that quality. And before I get off, the running trail, that's the first trail in Albuquerque. I don't know if you know it, but that started then. That was almost 30 years ago, and it's been there since, and it's been improved by your money being used to improve that trail. It's well worth keeping it that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
David Harris, followed by Mark McNeil, followed by Amy Sanchez, followed by Charles Mers.
Go next in line, please. Go ahead and state your name. And
hello, commissioners. My name is Amy Sanchez. I actually live in the Wyoming Paseo area, and I know for a fact that the original substation was supposed to be closer to our house, because when we bought our property over there, we were told that it was going to be there. So it's very interesting now that I hear that the substation is going where it is now. So I know that there is something you guys need to look into. Then there's verifiable problems with that. Also, my mom lives on Eubank, where the transmission line is going. It's very unfair and unequitable that North Albuquerque Acres is going to take that impact. My mom, they haven't told her, at my mom and dad's house, they haven't told them where that 90-foot tower is going. How would you like to look out your front window every morning and see that? How would you like to have that where her grandchildren spend the day? There's 190 kids in the different daycare centers. The elderly care center that's there for assisted living, it has 75 plus beds. Do you think those people can get up and leave? They're there 24/7. EMF has an impact on them. Please do not choose the Eubank transmission route. It's something that's important to a lot of us, and there's more homes than they're actually saying there. There's not just one. There's more than that. Thank you.
thank you.
Mark McNeil, followed by Charles Mers, followed by Greg Lubberet, followed by Yvonne Beckley.
Hi, I'm Charlie Mers. I'm an actuary by trade. I do financial modeling for a living. to not try to quantify the real estate impact is a very risky thing to do. So I'm going to give you a number, $88 million. And I want to tell you how I came up with that number. There are various studies that are out there that try to measure the impact of power lines on real estate values. One of the common themes is if you could see the towers from your house, you're affected. And I would argue every single house in Sandia Heights is affected. You're talking about 8 90-foot high towers being planted on high ground, a long tramway in the middle of Sandia Heights. These studies also give ranges of impacts. Obviously, the closer you are, the more you're impacted. But if we take just the lower end of those studies, 5%, and take that as an impact for Sandia Heights, it's 5% times the 2,200 homes in Sandia Heights times an average property value of $800,000 gets you $88 million. That's $40,000 per house. So to me, that's something you really got to chew on.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Also, I did have comments about why we're not talking about burying the lines, but I don't know if I got time to do that.
I would have to ask you to.
Okay,
perhaps one of the other
can we
speakers address that
submit
issue.
written comments on that still, or is that too late?
It may be too late at this
Yeah.
point in time. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mark McNeil, followed by Greg Globerett, followed by Yvonne Beckley, followed by Nancy Galloway.
I'm Yvonne Beckley. I live in Primrose Point, and most of the statements of opposition have been stated already. I do want to challenge a couple of things that were said today. I think somebody said that rural is hard to define. Well, where I live, I walk my dog every day, and I sometimes run into coyotes, bobcats, deer, and one time even a bear. I would call that rural. Also, where they mentioned that the firefighters have not complained or issued any concern, I would probably say that the 9/11 firefighters ahead of time did not issue any concern either, because they didn't know how they were going to be affected. The value, everybody's gone over that. I know that our property value will be greatly affected. I have children who are hikers, bikers, and doctors, mainly doctors, and they love to hike and bike. How are we going to keep them if we take away their hiking places? Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Globerett, followed by Nancy Galloway, followed by Katrina Sanchez, followed by Deborah Bryant.
Hi, my name is Greg Lauberette. I've been a real estate broker east of Tramway for the past 40 years and a resident of Sandia Heights for 20. And I'm in agreement with the gentleman two ahead of me, and also the gentleman who was the attorney and real estate broker. 5% to 10%, maybe 20, not sure. But how many people, show of hands, how many people would like to back up to a 90-foot electrical power tower? Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Galloway, followed by Katrina Sanchez, followed by Deborah Bryant, followed by Michael Cadigan.
I'm Nancy Galloway, and I live in Sandia Heights. And P&M says the tramway route and the Eubank route are similar in environmental impact, public safety, and cost. But in reality, the tramway route dissects the densest section of Sandia Heights, which is very dense. It puts nearly 37 homes in very close proximity to the high voltage lines. So they talk about prudent avoidance, but what about those 37 families that might have kids in their bedrooms right there by the lines? The 90-foot towers would loom directly above the popular tramway bike and walking path, which so many residents of Albuquerque enjoy. On tramway, the transmission line presents a fire danger to the community and the national forest. The Eubank route puts only 2 houses and businesses within 100 feet of the transmission line. Also, Eubank is not a well-traveled recreational area, nor is it an iconic scenic corridor that the Albuquerque residents love and are very proud of. Please don't let P&M ruin Tramway Boulevard. There are better, safer, and less costly options. Thank you.
Katrina Sanchez, followed by Deborah Bryant, followed by Michael Cadigan, followed by Christine Ackerson.
Katrina Sanchez. In 2018, I sustained a severely painful second-degree EMF burn on my right hand. It came from holding a brand-new uncased iPhone in my hand for a couple of hours. I've spent the last 7 years trying to heal the burn, haven't been successful, but I've learned a lot about EMF in the process, and I will tell you that it is real, and we are harmed by it when we are in close proximity to it for extended periods of time. I have learned that it is most vitally important that we minimize our exposure to EMF when we're sleeping. I'm currently mother to a 20-month-old toddler. If I had to choose between a substation or a tower going up outside his daycare or school versus outside our family home, I would 100% ask to please put it outside his daycare or outside his school. And so I think PNM's entire siting study is not just flawed, but I think it was, they're valuing politics over actual science or over actual people. They put a lot of emphasis on daycares, and they put zero consideration on family homes and residential areas in that fire station. And it should be the opposite way around. Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Bryant, followed by Michael Cadigan, followed by Christine Ackerson, followed by Sherry Maheen.
Hi, my name is Deborah Bryant, and I'm a resident of Sandia Heights, a retired engineer. The routing of the lines can't be separated from the location of the substation. Once you pick the substation location, you pretty much tie the routing down to one or two choices. However, one option that has not been discussed yet, although one gentleman started to allude to it, was burying the lines. If you bury the lines, you no longer pit neighborhood against neighborhood, which is happening here, and you eliminate a lot of the issues, including EMF, which regarding EMF, calculations meeting industry requirements as stated in IEEE standard C95.1 for safety levels with respect to human exposure have not been performed, as best that I can tell based on released data, by PNM. This seems an extreme oversight given the continued rejection. Same thing is true for fire risk. So I ask that the cost of burying the lines, which PNM keeps saying is a very high number, be documented and this effort put forward to bury the lines.
Michael Cadigan, followed by Kristen Ackerson, followed by Sherry Maheen, followed by Mark Boslow.
Can I have the viewer, please? The viewer, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just very briefly, even if we accept PNM's flawed site selection study, please take a look carefully at the fact that site number 4, which is the furthest west site that they studied, which is closest to the area where everyone admits that the power is needed, was eliminated because it was not for sale. Site number 5 also was scored higher than site number 9, the site that they selected. It was eliminated because it was not for sale. PNM has condemnation authority. They should not be considering whether it's for sale or not when they select the best site. So under our zoning rules, they have not shown that site number 9 is the best possible selection considering the harm that will occur to the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kristen Ackerson, followed by Sherry Maheen, followed by Mark Boslow, followed by Nir Rogel.
I'm Kristen Ackerson. I've lived in Sandia Heights for more than almost 20 years, and my son is one of the hundreds of young people who skate, walk, bike on that trail every day. In the past month, I visited several elderly women who live within 100 feet of the proposed 150 kilovolt lines. We talked about PNM's intention to subject them to EMFs, to noise, and the visual monstrosity of 150 kilovolt lines and poles directly behind their homes. They raise children here too. But that was long before PNM decided to flaunt the Bernalillo County Electric Facilities Plan, before new businesses and apartment complexes several miles to our west developed a voracious appetite for power, not before PNM chose to reward shareholders instead of purchasing suitable land decades ago. To permit the violation of our community with their substation and their transmission lines is to grant PNM and perhaps Blackstone absolute immunity from the Bernalillo County Electric Facilities Plan regarding visual impact, ecological impact, and line geometry, to name a few. We owe future generations better than that. We owe them democracy.
Sherry Maheen, followed by Mark Boslow, followed by Nir Rogel, followed by Charles Bergman.
Hi, my name is Kelly Parkhill. I'm speaking on behalf of Sherry Mahil, she's lost her voice but wants her voice heard. She really wants to highlight one aspect. The tramway route travels through an abundance of overly dry, highly flammable natural vegetation. This was considered a wildfire risk by Bernalillo County. The handout that has been given to you and is partially appearing on the screen refers to the Paradise, California fire that was sparked by a high voltage line and fed by high winds and dry vegetation, creating an inferno. The National Geographic article illustrates that Sandia Heights has similar fire risks: dry, flammable vegetation, frequent high winds, and streets ending in cul-de-sacs. In addition, Sandia Heights backs up to the national forest with limited escape routes. Please consider these risks and the Paradise, California, and other California wildfires when making your decision, and vote to block PNM's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Boslow, followed by Nir Rogel, followed by Charles Bergman, followed by William Quadros.
Hi, I'm Mark Boslow. I live in Sandia Heights. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm very concerned with resilience and reliability, and that's why I'm strongly opposed to the tramway route, because that's the worst choice in terms of reliability. A lot of people don't know this, but Sandia Heights is built on a native pinyon juniper forest. We have a lot of evergreen trees, and as we heard the PNM representative say, and this is a direct quote, evergreens are extremely flammable. Now, I also own land in Colorado, and I'm very aware because I get alerts. The PNM's counterpart in Colorado is XL Energy, and they've shut down their transmission lines that are in a very similar wildland-urban interface multiple times in the last couple of months because they're near evergreen, very flammable evergreen trees, and they're not reliable. And people in Boulder and Colorado Springs are very angry about this. So there's more than just one component to reliability. It's not just capacity, it's also distribution, and that's the worst place to build a line.
Thanks, sir.
Nir Rogel, followed by Charles Bergman, followed by William Quadros, followed by Nancy Nguyen.
Hello, my name is Nir Rogel. I am an engineer for Intel Corporation. I think everybody notices that transmission lines follow the path of least impedance, like electricity, and I would hope that neighborhoods are not pitted against one another. I wanted to add a data point on quality of life. My wife and I moved to Sandia Heights 7 years ago, and we've been crisscrossing the tramway trails for those 7 years. That has kept us healthy and gave us solace. She unfortunately cannot be here, but I hope that this same quality of life is afforded to others, and this factors into your decision. I hope you don't follow the path of least impedance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Charles Bergman, followed by William Quadros, followed by Nancy Nguyen.
My name is Charlie Bergman, and I live in Sandia Heights. For the past 25 years, I've taught economics and government to both seniors in high school and college students. And I always tell them that in a democracy, you know that government is serving the people who elect it when a decision passes a simple common sense test. Does the decision pass the common sense test? And when I hear all of the flaws today in PNM's procedural work, not to mention multiple flaws in its analysis, and I would say a very deceptive, unweighted map of the service area they propose to serve,
I don't see how any reasonable person would say that a decision to give them the go-ahead passes the common sense test. Thank you.
William Quadros and Nancy Yuen.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. This is William Quadros. We came to this country about 25 years ago. We owned 2 lots on the south of PNM substation. We had a dream to, build the house. So we took loan, we paid off everything, paid the taxes, work at a lab in the national interest, and we did everything right. But it looks like our dream of building a house there will be shattered. And so I kindly request you to make a fair decision today or whenever you guys make the decision. When we went to the planning department, to build the house 15 or 13 years ago into 2013, they said we have to build the entire Palomas Road before even building the house. But it looks like PNM is getting a free pass. They're sharing the same, the Palomas unbuilt road, but 30% of that road will be unbuilt if you guys make this decision today to go ahead. And I thank everybody because you are my family and friends for coming to the support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Yuen.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Yuen, and I live in Sandia Heights. As the commission represents the people, our concerns need to be heard. And I would like to ask that 3 citizen representatives are put on the board rather than the cronies that PNM have put on there. Also, this is almost beside the point, but property values, people have talked about that before. And if you look at Zillow listings, the property values along Tramway are approximately, they would be affected by about $290,000 each. So you might want to think about the people you're affecting. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to our online speakers. First speaker, Alan Matthews.
Okay, may I share my screen? Okay, Alan Matthews, I'd like to share my screen if I can.
That's fine if that's, it's not a technical issue, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Matthews, if you could join us as a panelist, you can share your screen. Go ahead. You're currently muted.
Mr. Matthews, can you hear us? We are muted. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, once again, sorry for the technical. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Alan Matthews, 808 Harrier Hawk Drive Northeast. We're Hawks Landing HOA community as a subset of Sandia Heights. We support the appeals of the Planning Commission's decision as it omitted the transmission line routes. There's a challenge here you've heard between the Eubank route or the tramway route, neither of which are wanted by the associated communities. We have 4 concerns, community concerns here. One has been discussed as the wildfire risk, and I've got another slide I'll talk to. The other 3 concerns consider the prudent avoidance for homeowners, churches, and schools. It hasn't been mentioned, but it was the Church of the Good Shepherd is right in line of where the rerouted transmission tramway transmission line would go, and they have a daycare also. So any consideration given for daycare on Eubank should also be done for the daycare located along the tramway route. Also, the significant tramway bike and walk path impacts that people have talked about being the #1 path in the community. The P&M siting report analysis and conclusions, you've heard all the information on there from well-respected engineers that even though they revised it after the Planning Commission approval, criteria remains a mystery. It was nice that North Albuquerque Acres individuals got right into it. That opportunity was never afforded to Sandia Heights.
Mr. Matthews, I'd ask you to bring your comments to a conclusion, please. Thank you.
I believe I have 3 minutes.
So you have 3 minutes?
Yes.
Are you an HOA representative?
I am, as I mentioned
I'm not
earlier.
representative, but leader. If you are, you would have 3 minutes.
I am representing the community. Anyway, Mountain and City Visual, people have talked about that. We really feel that the issue with the visuals and the wildfires, we had to evacuate in Colorado Springs because of wildfire there in an area we considered very safe. However, over 350 of our neighbors lost their homes. We do not need another ignition source. Our community is at high risk by the Bernalillo County Fire Department. One fire department in the neighborhood doesn't do it when you've got a wildfire of the magnitude we saw at Paradise, California, or in Colorado Springs of the Black Forest fires. So in conclusion, I want to reiterate, Sandia Heights is at risk for wildfires. P&M didn't consider prudent avoidance along tramway, and their siting report is flawed. I applaud your efforts. You got 16,000 pages of information presented to you yesterday, and you've had 3 hours to hear the issues. I don't see how you can make a final determination on yes or no with that amount of massive information presented. But we do appreciate this opportunity to speak as citizens and the fact of the anticipated appropriate action being made for the good of all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mark Duran.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Mark Duran. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Before living in North Albuquerque Acres, I and my family lived in Placitas, New Mexico. About 20 years ago, several well drillers failed to hit water at about as deep as 1,000 feet. The dry hits were carried by the news media for weeks. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, you never saw a community in such shock that not only had our property values immediately dropped with one news story, but that worse, we might run out of water. It turns out that the drillers had hit a dry pocket in the aquifer. It took Placitas a decade to shake the perception that it didn't have water. The same would happen, Mr. Chairman, if we lost power in our area in North Albuquerque Acres, except the loss of that power would be real. We can't deny, Mr. Chairman, how big our homes are, how many swimming pools we have in this area, and how much our area is growing. We need the power, and Mr. Chairman, I encourage you to approve what your zoning commission has already approved and to approve the substation. None of us want it. The fact is we need it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Lana Smittle.
Good afternoon. My name is Lana Smittle, and I'm the director of the Home Builders Association of Central New Mexico. And I respectfully urge you to approve the amendment to the Paseo del Norte North Albuquerque Acres Sector Development Plan. And we do understand the significance of the decision that's before you today. The infrastructure investment is critical to ensuring long-term electrical reliability. All residents and businesses depend on consistent and reliable power. The utility must be equipped to serve not only its existing residential and commercial customers, but also future development. Currently, energy demand in the far northeast Heights exceeds the normal capacity of existing substations, placing significant strain on the grid and increasing the risk of outages. Constructing a new substation near the area experiencing the greatest load growth will directly address these challenges and provide the infrastructure necessary to meet both current and future demand. For these reasons, we strongly encourage approval, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today.
Thank you.
Patricia Armel.
Yes. My husband and I are residents of Sandia Heights, and we are also members of Sandia Heights Homeowners Association. We support the Planning Commission's approval of the substation for our part of the county. The findings in the decisions contain our reasons for supporting a substation in the area, specifically the overload of Hamilton and Academy substations. I'm struck by the map that showed absolutely no power infrastructure north of San Antonio and east of Eubank. Are we special people up here that we can't have those kinds of things in our area? That speaks to the equity that all of us in Bernalillo County need to share for utilities. The appellants and public comments want the substation someplace else so doesn't affect their views, their property values, or their EMF. What is the rest of Bernalillo County doing? They're dealing with all of this. Please don't kick the can down the road and approve the substation on Paseo. Thank you.
Our last speaker, Nikosha Shettlebauer.
Hello. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, thank you for your time. I oppose this special use request for many of the same reasons already expressed. Contrary to PNM's testimony, rural character is not subjective. According to the Bernalillo County Zoning Ordinance 214, the purpose of A1 zoning is to preserve the scenic and recreational values of national forest lands and similar adjoining areas. Additionally, the sector development plan was established to protect the rural character of the area, including its scenic views and natural landscape. Approving this substation location does not adequately safeguard against the routing of transmission lines, which would adversely affect the very character this zoning and sector plan are meant to protect. Secondly, while I understand this substation is necessary utility infrastructure, to say that this is the only feasible site is deceptive. This decision should be delayed until an alternate location can be identified, one that allows for the shortest possible transmission routes, which is less cost to the community and does not violate the intent of either the zoning ordinance or the sector plan. Please do not move forward with this approval, as it would cause irreparable damage to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will go back to one more speaker in person, Kelly Parkhill.
Hi, my name is Kelly Parkhill, and I live in Sandia Heights, and this time I'll be speaking on my own behalf. I just would like to add something that PNM stated back, at least in November, about the tramway line. The Sandia Heights area is outside the substation location need area. It is not near the load center and does not meet the technical requirements for a new substation with respect to size, access to transmission, and space for new feeder routes. This would entail asking the Sandia Heights to carry the entire load for the North Albuquerque area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This concludes our public comment.
Was that?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you all for your comments, and we certainly appreciate the statement that you made, and we take that to heart. Believe me, there's not one here on this podium this day, so doesn't hear what you're saying. It's a very tough decision and discussion, and we totally get it. I would like to open it up at this time to my fellow commissioners to comment or perhaps to question. Mr. Ham, would it still be appropriate at this point in time if there's any questions of staff or the applicant?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, in keeping with our approved hearing format, just to offer a 3-minute opportunity for P&M and then a very brief staff closure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Move on to board deliberation discussion.
Mr. Brito, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. In closing, P&M wants to reiterate that not only did Bernalillo County planning staff recommend approval, but the County Planning Commission unanimously recommends approval of the project. And with that, I want to introduce our Senior Vice President, Lori Williams, who'd like to speak and close.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, thank you for hearing all the perspectives today. I appreciate all of them, and we've spent a lot of time with the community to talk through this. Nowhere is a great place to put a substation. I personally live in the areas of risk and need, as does most of my extended family. I understand the visual impact that that has in neighborhoods. I wish there were other places that you could put substations really far from the areas that need to be served. We cannot do that just from the physical perspective. If the substation's not approved, the reliability will continue to degrade and interruptions will be likely. Just appreciate that we've gone through multiple options. This has been 10 plus years in the study process trying to bring power reinforcement to the area, and we have an obligation to serve reliable service to our customers and to this area, and we will continue to endeavor to do that till we can successfully complete that work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Iverson, I guess you'll have the final word, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Baca. Commissioners, we just stand for questions.
Commissioner Olivas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A sincere thank you to everybody that's here. You know, I grew up around the Northeast Heights, a little lower down, but spent a lot of time in this area, running those trails, enjoying this area. Had a lot of friends growing up between Sandia and La Cueva High School, so absolutely know the area and love the area and love it for the same reasons you do. So, you know, what I saw from PNM today, I think is, you know, compelling in the sense that there is clearly a need. This is an area of the city that has grown a lot since I was a kid and continues to grow. And that map just clearly shows that there's not the grid infrastructure there. And I'm a big believer that we have to build and harden our electrical grid if we want to have any chance of fighting climate change, the fires that people are talking about here today. We have to electrify our economy and do that in a green, renewable way. So absolutely recognize the need here. Is this the exact right location? I'll get to that in a minute, but I just think that, you know, if we all try to take off our individual hats and you just look at that map and the placement of electric substations throughout the rest of the city, there's a huge gap here. And again, I'm not saying this is where it should go, but there's a gap, and I just think we all have to acknowledge that 110% of the capacity being used is a real problem, and PNM needs to solve that, and you know, it will affect all of you, all of us, if and when something happens to one of those substations. Hopefully it's very brief, but you know, it may be a long time, and then I think people will be asking, why didn't the county do something? Why didn't PNM do something? But I see many of you shaking your heads, but you don't know where I'm going with this. So that being said, I have not been convinced by anyone, including our legal staff, that we do not have the purview to consider the siting of the lines in the consideration of this type of facility. You can't build a substation without lines running to it. It's a stranded asset. So I just, I firmly believe that that has to be part of the consideration. We represent the residents of the whole county. This is not in my district, it's Commissioner Benson's district, but we represent the whole county. And this is an area that I believe is really special for our whole county. So we have to take care of it. We have to take care of our residents on both sides, right? We need to make sure we're providing reliable energy. We also need to protect the views and the quality of life of the people in that area and the people like me that travel to that area, right? To run, to view, to hike, all those things. So, my thinking here, okay, and then the other thing that I'm thinking of is this has gone on like for what sounds like decades. I mean, like people are saying 2007, 2009. So I was talking about when I was in high school, that like, okay, so this has been going on for a long time. And so we talk a lot up here, we're gonna argue later today about economic development and providing certainty to businesses. This is like extreme uncertainty if you can't site a substation for 20 years. So that's a real problem. But it's also extreme uncertainty for all of you that, okay, this was gonna be on Eubank, or the line's on Eubank, and then, that got rejected, now it moved over here. And are we gonna kick the can down the road? We have a memo that asks for like 180-day continuance, which means everybody's still in a holding pattern. The neighborhood doesn't know, PNM doesn't know, everybody's spinning their wheels. And I mean, like, what I'm gonna say is, again, I think that those lines are part of this, whether we want to acknowledge that or not, and we have an obligation to our constituents and our county to think about that and do that in a way that's as minimally impactful as possible. And I believe, though there are real concerns over the substation itself, I think the biggest concern I hear today and see in this case is the size and siting of the lines. I think much of the opposition would be neutralized if that was not an issue. And the only way to make that not be an issue is to go underground with them. Nobody said that. So, I asked our team to prepare a condition of approval, which would allow PNM the certainty of knowing that they have approval for this zone change and the site plan and being able to build the substation. But the condition would be that the line siting, whatever route they chose, they had to be buried. But those, I don't have those conditions of approval. I don't think they're in the memo. So that's really all I have to say. I just think that we should, find that path that I think most people would be happy with. I think PNM could do that. Now, how much does that cost? What are the impacts on surrounding infrastructure, neighborhoods, et cetera? There is some information to be had there. But I just think that if we continue to remand this and go back to let's talk more, let's have more meetings, that just prolongs the inevitable. And at some point, there's going to be a catastrophe. We're going to wish we had done something, and we'll be starting from scratch. So, Mr. Chair, that's what I have to say. And I would make that motion at the time that it's seen to be, if to be appropriate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Comments or questions? Mr. Benson, please.
Yeah, I would second that motion, Commissioner Olivas. And I was actually going to ask the question, a few of the speakers had asked about buried lines. So I would like to second it as a motion, open for discussion. But my overall question before, that's kind of like the, assuming we need the substation, then yes, I'd support that proposal. But my question is I would like more information from PNM and also from the constituents, or potentially also a third party independent, explaining why this location is the superior location. When as I drive up and down Paseo, it appears that the demand is coming further west. And so that's my ultimate question. The bigger topic is, and I agree with Commissioner Olivas that we need electricity. We need it. As soon as we have a brownout, guarantee we'll have support for more electricity. So I'm not saying we don't need it, and I'm with you. We do need it. And it's clear that there's a lack of infrastructure in the far northeast portion. However, my question is it really coming from all the development in North Albuquerque Acres? Because I just don't see it, or Sandia Heights. I do see it along the Paseo, Wyoming corridor, especially west of Wyoming, west of Holbrook, actually. I mean, you start going in Trader Joe's and Jinja and, all the shopping centers, the high school, the middle school, the elementaries. It's just much more developed. And so that's my question, Commissioner, Mr. Vice Chair. And so I would like more information before I feel able to confidently vote that this is the appropriate location.
Thank you. Commissioner Barbara Becker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree. I think that what we have here is really a balance. We need electricity. You all need electricity. I do feel, though, that the iconic view of Tramway, we put a lot of money, our public monies, into the protection of the face of the Sandia Mountains, including the ability and we now have the entrance to those mountains is the Elena Gallegos. This is in the area of the entrance to the Elena Gallegos, where visitors come, where we all, value, whether we live there or visit there. It is a very, very important part of the county as a whole. So I do think that does need to be considered as we make this decision, the impact of that view. So I think that the condition of approval might be a way to go here, asking for or requiring a routing study should be done. Also, I don't think that, and including the idea, we don't know what it costs to bury those lines, but including the cost and estimate of burying those lines. So as I understand the material before us, which is a lot of material, that the routing study for those transmission lines was never done, and we're told that it's not part of this, but I believe that our comprehensive plan that was updated really does embrace the idea of land use decisions that this body makes do need to consider these kinds of things, the welfare of the community, the safety, and the wildfire risk is a real concern. It's happened in Maui, it's happened in California. We know that that's a concern. So I would like the conditions of approval to include, what does it mean to bury those lines? Is the EMF impact, does that go away? An analysis from PNM besides the cost of burying those lines if they were either route, whether it's Tramway or Eubank. Because that is the health and welfare of all of this community. So I don't know how we word that in terms of a conditional approval, but there were several items that were brought here today that I believe have value in terms of PNM answering some of those questions. So I would think that if we could come up with those conditions of approval today, I think that would be most helpful.
Any further comments, Commissioner? Olivas, in regards to your motion?
I think that crafting those conditions of approval is kind of an extensive process, and since we don't have those here, that's my only concern. But I think what's proposed in the memo is a 180-day continuance. I think that's way too long to kind of kick the can on this. So, I guess to all of our colleagues, to planning staff, to PNM, you know, there's, I just don't know how I really feel about whether we make a motion, whether I make a motion to do a conditional approval, or do we want to ask for specific information and come back with that in mind, that direction in mind?
So there's some staff comments, please.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if the desire of the board is to have additional information around the cost of burying the lines and exploring the question of conditioning the transmission route, I would suggest that the staff would need additional time to be able to adequately research and provide those questions. Additionally, the burying part of the question, that would be directly in PNM's hands to provide that information, since it is their process to construct those facilities. I know that potentially is disagreeable, but the county does not have expertise in that realm.
And Mr. Ham, I'm sorry, if I could please get the people in the audience to show respect. We've been trying to be very respectful to everybody to make comments. If you would please extend that to our staff, I'd appreciate that. I didn't hear the last part of what your sentence was.
The sentiment being that the study around the burial of the lines and the cost of that, it would require PNM's involvement and provision of information that only they could be privy to. And the staff could conduct additional research. It could additionally consult the PRC General Counsel to determine what the county's role in regulating the transmission facility is, if it does have authority there, and then to craft additional language for the board to consider as you all would continue to deliberate about whether or not you'd want to approve the facility that's being asked of you today.
Mr. Chair. Director Ham, we're talking about a condition of approval. So that's not a question and a research effort. It is a condition on the initial applicant on PNM for approval today. So with that, research should be done. Obviously, I think PNM and the county can come together, et cetera, but we're talking about an actual condition for approval, that's what I'm talking about, rather than questions and responses. I think, do you hear me?
And I think, Commissioner Olivas, I think that's what you were saying as well. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Chair, my only caveat to that is I do think Commissioner Benson, who knows this area best, raised a good point about, is the actual location of the facility the best we can do, whatever. I don't know. I do think that I want to say, that PNM has the experts on staff, and that's what they're supposed to do is figure out where to site these things and what are the best places to do this. So, that's my only caveat is that little, well, it's a pretty big concern, but that concern that Commissioner Benson expressed. So, but at the same time, I'm very much in favor of moving this forward, and that's why I think the condition does that to a certain extent. So,
well, if I may just ask a question to staff, and legal or county manager may want to weigh in on this. In that, what I'm hearing is and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the general thought is to go forward with approval with a condition that the line would have to be built underground, and then there would be perhaps put the ball in the court of the applicant to decide if they would seek some other sort of option. Then that would be up to them, weighing the technical challenges and costs of that procedure, and so that would be at their option. Is that
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think that's a good point, actually. That a conditional approval is in a way, it does ask PNM to reevaluate this. They can either take the condition and move forward with that, as you said, or they can opt to look for another site, another route, another option. So it may have the same effect on the outcome.
Commissioner Benson, is there any thoughts in that regard?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of my concern for the actual location, I can't vote in favor of conditional approval. I will vote in favor in case my vote is outvoted, so that it would be conditional. And so I think we should vote on that issue that that Commissioner Olivas proposed and I seconded, is that if this is approved, the lines go underground. My bigger question is this the right location? And I don't have enough information at this point to vote for that.
I think we're kind of saying the same thing, if I'm understanding correctly, that there would be a vote. The motion is to approve with the condition that approval is based on the lines going underground, period. All I was saying is that then presents P&M opportunity if later on the line, they just say, well, we don't want to do that, and it's up to them to look for another location, another line, another transition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for the rules of order, and Mr. Martinez, maybe you can opine, or Julie, but do we vote first to create that condition approval and then vote on the approval itself? Or is it all one vote? I believe it's two votes, because I believe we make the amendment that Commissioner Olivas proposed, and I seconded. We vote on that amendment. If that passes, then we vote for approval, conditional approval.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, that is correct. So you want to vote on the amendment as
Thank you.
proposed and then final adoption.
Is there any additional comments by staff? Ms. Iverson, you're.
I'd like to hear from, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
I'd like to hear from the planning staff. You know, typically my understanding of approval of a sector plan amendment or a zone change is that we have authority to include in that approval based on these conditions, and we can outline what those conditions are. So I think that is what I'm talking about, is identifying those conditions. If you could also write in a condition about, you know, I mean, I don't know, I think your question is one more of going back to the drawing board and coming back to us with a more exhaustive look at the site location. To me, that's a different thing, unless you can figure out how to word that into this. So there might be two different things, but I think the condition needs to be associated with, it's a condition of approval. That's my understanding, but I'd like to hear from the planning staff.
Well, I would like to vote on the amendment and just make sure that that's clear. And then we can vote on a conditional approval, and I'm with you on that. But the way it was written, we don't have the amendment yet, so I would like to vote on that, just for public record, Mr. Chair.
So when you refer to the amendment, you're referring to specifically the language in regards to?
Burying the line underground.
Right.
I'm sorry, can you speak up? I don't have a lot of feedback.
Sure. The question was, when he refers to an amendment that we don't have, is that referring to the condition that the line be buried underground? And he said yes. That was his answer. So I would just like to hear from staff. Is there any additional input from staff or legal in regards to this, where we're at this point?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Barbara Baca is correct in saying that traditionally there would be a single motion and then we could incorporate proposed findings to proposed changes to findings or conditions. But I don't think you're precluded from having a separate motion and vote on a specific issue if it serves the needs of the board about the line burial question. So I get, what I'm trying to get is, it appears to me that Commissioner Benson wants to separate out the question of burying the line as a concept, and then staff can then facilitate the board in the decision-making process to modify the conditions that would speak to that change that you all have approved.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
I respectfully disagree. I think that we need to tie, if we are saying that we're going to approve this, I think we all believe that there needs to be a substation somewhere to serve the area, but we have to tie it to the transmission lines, because that is what has been separated, and that is what has not worked for any of these decisions that we're making, because it has to be tied. You have to convey that electricity some way and some route, and a routing study, perhaps that's part of the condition. They do a routing study, they bury the line. Those are kind of conditions for me for approval. I don't think that it's a concept that we're or an amendment.
Madam Chair, or excuse me, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bach, I apologize if I spoke unclear there. If the board desires to have a condition of approval associated with the decision today to bury the lines, staff will assist that process right now. We can do that. What I was hoping to create space for in my comments previously was that it appeared that Commissioner Benson wanted to have a separate vote on that. And my comment is only to say that I don't think there's anything in your rules that preclude you from doing that and also incorporating a condition that speaks to that in your ultimate decision. In other words, we can do both.
Mr. Chair, the only difference between what Commissioner Bach and I are saying, we're breaking it into two steps. The first step I can support, the second step I cannot. If we're gonna decline my request to vote on this amendment that Commissioner Olivas proposed, then I cannot support it based on the information that we've been provided. I can support the concept of, yes, the lines would be buried. We would ultimately end up getting to the same proposal. We're just breaking it into multiple steps, which we actually do all the time in more delicate votes. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
So, one other piece that we could consider is we're not limited to one condition of approval. So, one condition of approval, I think, needs to be burying the lines wherever they're sited. Another condition of approval, number 2, could be performing a transmission routing study. I don't know if that's the right language. And a third condition of approval could be analyzing alternative sites prior to, final approval or something like that. So, I think, I'm just throwing that out there, that there is other options there that can encompass that whole package of requirements, of needs. So therefore, asking PNM to, study the siting, study the route of the lines, and then, if so, bury the lines.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call a question.
There is no motion, but I'll make that motion.
You had made the motion originally,
Okay.
and I had seconded it.
Oh, I got you.
And
Okay.
now we continue to debate, and I'd like to call the question.
Mr. Chair, can the motion on the table be restated, please?
Mr. Chair, so Commissioner Benson, you're referring to the original motion which was just to approve the request with the condition of burying the transmission lines.
Clarification, your initial proposal was to require that if approved, it would be buried lines.
Okay, I'd make that motion.
And that's what I seconded.
Sure, to clarify, if approved, this request would require the burial of transmission lines.
Thank you.
Do you want, Mr. Chair?
Please.
I would also, I mean, maybe it's a friendly amendment, I would like to add your secondary condition of approval about studying the routes that they're gonna potentially bury. Because it hasn't been done, and I think that that is so immediate and
Mr. Chair,
important.
I called the question. I think we can make additional amendments, and I'd be happy to vote for those along with you.
All right, are we in agreement? That's where we're at in terms of the question being called? And I guess what I'm not clear about is saying that, that if we approve it, is the distinction that Commissioner Benson was making, right? If we approve it, then the line would be buried. Is that what, the distinction?
That was Commissioner Olivas's proposal, yes. And I seconded it, and I called the question. That's all. And it's just Robert's Rules of Order.
All righty, I think that's the motion, and so, yeah, if we may just do, would a roll call vote be appropriate, or not necessary? Okay. All right. We all clear about this? Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Is that unanimous?
That was a unanimous vote.
Can you
So the motion was, if approved, the approval would be based on the line being buried, but that then entertained a second motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll make a second motion, which would add additional conditions, one being the requirement of a siting study for the transmission lines, and a third requirement being the analysis of alternate locations for substations serving this area.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on that motion? Commissioner Besson, no further discussion?
Is the staff is,
Any other comments by staff? I know there's some communication.
Mr. Chair. If we have a moment, I will just say that I hope additional conditions are met, but at this point, I'm not ready to vote in favor of a conditional approval. Thank you.
We're really having trouble here.
I said, at this point, I don't have enough information to vote even for a conditional approval. That's all. I just need more information. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
To be clear, the motion is to add those conditions of approval, so it's very similar to the original motion, where we're not yet taking action on the approval at this point. This is only to add those additional conditions to what is potentially being considered.
Yes, please help.
Thank you and I will just say also thank you to everybody who's come to speak. I haven't had an opportunity to say that yet. I do want to just make sure we're crystal clear on this motion. And I apologize, it is a little difficult to hear all of you as you're speaking with each other. So I just wanted to make sure I understood this, that the second motion is a conditional approval with a site study on the routing of the lines being buried, but a routing of the lines. Is that the first point, Commissioner Olivas?
Mr. Chair, County Manager, it is to add additional conditions 2 and 3. So it is not a conditional approval, it is to add additional conditions.
So it's to add conditions once okay, so
Yeah.
if in fact it moves forward, these are to add conditions. Thank you for the clarity. And then the second component of that was to consider alternative locations for the substation itself. Okay, and these would be directives to PNM for PNM to come back with those studies?
So these,
Pardon me. I'm listening to them right now. I've listened to you for hours, so, and I'm glad to do it, but I want to make sure I understand what my commission's telling me. I'm sorry, please
Mr.
speak.
Chair, Madam County Manager. So those are to be added as conditions of approval. Now, myself nor any of the other commissioners have moved approval at this point, but we've added one condition, which was to bury the lines, and then we are adding two more. I'm proposing to add two more conditions to study the line siting and to study the alternate locations for the substation itself.
I understand. Were those directives conditions to give directive to PNM, or are you asking the staff to conduct those studies?
I believe those would be for PNM because they're conditions of approval. If they want approval, if they want to, you know, come in and get their permit or however that works, they must meet these requirements.
These standards, these requirements. Thank you.
So, thank you. I'm still not 100% clear on this, but I want to make sure, because everybody here, I think, should walk away with some clarity, and if I'm not clear, I'm not sure if everybody else is. So, the distinction that Commissioner Benson drew in terms of if approved, that it would involve burying of the line. So that distinction to me, if that is the position that we're taking, is that there is no approval today. Is that?
That was just the amendment.
I'm sorry?
That was just for the amendment.
Just for the amendment, okay, all right. Okay, all right. So now we approve the amendment, okay. So then we would entertain a motion for for whatever. And so I would open that up for.
Yes, that's my thinking, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. So just for clarity, would you please just restate the motion? If that was your motion.
I think Commissioner Benson has something to say.
Actually, I have a follow-up question. Will this additional vote on as long as these criteria are met, then it is approved? And Commissioner Olivas is shaking his head no. And I just want to verify. Because I agree with these conditions also, but we need the information before we would move forward. Is that correct, Commissioner Olivas?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, and to all those present here, I apologize. This is kind of an unusual way for us to do business, and that was out of deference to my colleague from District 4, Commissioner Benson, to consider that motion as sort of an amendment versus, I think normally we would just have said, approval with conditions 1, 2, 3. Instead, we're voting on the conditions and then going for approval, maybe, or continuance, or I don't know the denials. Well, all of those are on the table at this point. But this is kind of an unusual way for us to do this. I think very unusual.
Mr. Chair, I'm okay voting in favor of these as long as it's additional information that we're requesting and not an approval of the project. And I'm just unclear on the actual procedure here. And if we want to break up those independent amendments, we can do that also, or we can group those together. I just needed to make sure that the first one was voted on separately. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like just clarification, if you can, or from the county staff.
Well, so I will ask the moving Commissioner Olivas if this is intention to wait for the additional information before entertaining the approval or not. I guess that would be.
Mr. Chair, to clarify, so this is not requesting information, this is conditioning approval. So this, requires this information to be produced and, if and when it is, that is, part of the approval.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Benson, Commissioner Benson.
So to clarify the request, Commissioner Olivas or Commissioner Baca, we're asking for additional information, and as long as it's provided, then it's approved?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, all we're voting on right now in the motion I made and Commissioner Baca seconded is adding these conditions, but no one has moved for approval yet.
Okay, so
So
that'll
it's
be a
like
final
this
vote.
first motion.
That'll be a final vote after this. Thank you.
That's my thinking, yes.
Okay. Yes, and County Manager, please.
Thank you, Chair. The one thing I just wanted to be clear about, depending on how your final vote goes, is that the new requests for, bearing the lines, but also to study the options and having alternatives means that there would be additional information that would come back to you for evaluative purposes. So once this vote is taken, what we would be recommending, what the staff would be recommending is actually continuance, because this work would have to be brought back to you for an evaluation by all of you to make a final determination.
That's what I'm understanding would be the case.
Okay, thank you.
Well, no, Mr. Chair, no one's made that motion, but I think we could, yeah.
Thank you.
So I would like to call the question on the original motion to add those two additional conditions.
All right.
Second.
Motion, second, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Yes.
Okay, that motion to add those two additional conditions has been approved unanimously. All righty.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think that what this requires now is I move continuance to include those 3 conditions of approval to come back to this body.
Okay.
Second.
For discussion purposes? Second. Any further discussion, thoughts?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Commissioner Baca, Commissioner Barbara Baca, would you be willing to attach and maybe working with staff, some kind of timeline to that?
I believe staff had Mr. Chair, I believe staff had a recommendation. For some reason, they have a particular 120 days. If you would explain that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Baca, the suggestion on time in the memo that was provided to the board is specific to the question around if PNM needed to amend the facility plan to acknowledge a different route. This is a different animal, what you all are discussing here today. I actually don't have a good sense of how much time that might take. If it's a condition that is going to be imposed on PNM, it might behoove the commission to hear from PNM about how long it might take them to provide that information to you all.
I agree with that. I'm not sure if you're in a position to do that, but if Mr. Pita would like to address that, that would be appropriate, or somebody else from,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, respectfully, PNM would like to point out that the planning study, part of which are in the presentations, the maps, the capacity data, et cetera, and the siting study are in the record and appear to meet the intent of those conditions.
so your position is that is already available?
Yes, Mr. Chair, in the record.
Has, if I may ask you, Ms. Brita, is, because I think one of the conditions or that we discussed was analysis of the alternative sites. Is that also included in that study?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I was being advised by one of our engineering managers. Could you repeat?
Sure. My question was, one of the other condition that we discussed was to analyze the, to present the analysis of alternative sites And my question, is that already in the documents you have produced?
Yes, the siting study, Mr. Chair, includes alternate sites that are technically viable in terms of access to a transmission route, the size necessary for a substation, as well as factors such as proximity to developed residential and childcare and schools.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Brito, the one thing that is not in any of your analysis is addressing the burying the lines. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baca, that is correct. There has been some brief discussion within PNM about that option and the costs involved in response to community concerns and requests to look into that. But it would require much more intense engineering and fiscal analyses for undergrounding a high voltage transmission line with this length and extent would be unprecedented in the state of New Mexico. And so it's going to be a pretty involved analysis.
Mr. Chair, just to follow up, I just want to say for the record that it has been done in other locations in this community along Osuna at Vista del Norte Park, because we buried the lines there for the balloon flight that's near Balloon Fiesta Park. So I know that there are some data that could be used. I mean, I think you're hearing from this body in terms of approval of a sector plan amendment and a site selection and a zoning plan amendment, that we want that to be tied together. So how long would it take PNM to come up with that information? This is an unprecedented location along the foothills of the Sandia Mountains as well. So I think that that's a very important thing for us to consider and for our partner at PNM to consider.
Yeah, I would have to defer to our transmission planning manager, Jesus. Please.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair and members of the board. My name is Jesus Flores. I'm the Director of Transmission Engineering here at PNM. Just wanted to clarify a couple of things. Russell briefly mentioned about initial discussions on undergrounding based on input from the community. So underground transmission, very different from underground distribution. I believe that the project that you were alluding to would be underground distribution, which is a much smaller cost, much smaller footprint. But we discussed we don't have, PNM has 2 underground crossings in the whole state. They're in the couple hundreds of feet. We don't have anything in the length or build that this would require. So we did talk to one of our consultants, our more trusted consultants on what they see elsewhere in the country regarding cost. And they gave us some guidance and guidelines that they see around the country, both from open trench installation and from boring. We believe that because of the complexity of the route, it would take some sort of combination of open trench and boring. It would be somewhere on the low end would be in the $56 million. On the high end, it would be $110 million. We did speak with that consultant about what it would take to do a full detailed design analysis, which includes some design work, right? You got to make sure that you're not going to be in the way of existing infrastructure. There's actually quite a bit of infrastructure in both corridors already between sewer lines and stormwater and fiber and just a ton of stuff buried. So the timeline to do that would be somewhere between 4 and 6 months in order to make sure that we have surveys of everything, that we are able to analyze the whole route and ensure that we have a closer cost estimates than the $58 to $110 million guidance that we've developed so far based on what we know.
Commissioner Olivas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one more question. Maybe it's for anybody at PNM. If whatever the cost is that cost, who pays that cost? You know, is that built into all of the ratepayers in Bernalillo County or in PNM's territory? Is it the ratepayers that are served by those lines? So, you know, this area, just kind of want to better understand who deals with that cost.
Thank you. I'm definitely not the expert on cost distribution, so I'll defer to my colleague, John.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm John Verheul, and I'm an attorney with PNM. The answer, respectfully, Commissioner Olivas, is it depends. There are a lot of ways to do it. Commissioner Barbara Baca refers to distribution undergrounding projects. In a lot of those cases, we then append a specific tariff onto the bills of the customers who are going to benefit from that undergrounding. We have an undergrounding tariff. It is not designed for transmission, and quite frankly, I'm not even certain it would apply or that it could apply to undergrounding these transmission lines. But if we were able to use that tariff, then there would probably be some discussion with this commission again as to which subset of customers would be paying that additional money. If the company chose to say we were doing this not for aesthetic purposes, but for health and safety reasons, then the company could choose to socialize that cost amongst all customers.
Mr. Chair. Yes. So, you know, I was previously very much in favor of just, you know, moving forward for the purposes of certainty. But I think with what you just said, you know, later on tonight, I'm going to be talking about affordability of electricity and trying to maintain that in our community. So I don't think it would be consistent on my part to move forward with this without understanding the full cost of that, and actually, to me, more importantly, who bears that cost. Because, you know, I personally don't think it's right to ask, you know, residents of the South Valley or of the East Mountains to pay for something that primarily benefits, you know, customers in one area. But I also understand that means bills for one area likely are substantially higher than they are now. So I think that's a really important consideration for us to understand what that is. And then I would also like to just get a better idea of when that siting study was done and sort of what factors were taken in there.
May I be heard, Mr. Chair?
Are you going to be addressing that specific question?
Well, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and the appellants have been shortchanged on their time. There's been a lot of legal things said here, and I'd like to just address the commission for 2 minutes, 120 seconds.
Okay. Well, Mr. Cadden, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me. Commissioners, as some of you may know, I spent 8 years on the city council, and I remember being in your position and having to try to find compromise in a zoning case. The only thing I can offer you is there is no way to compromise in a zoning case. There needs to be a decision, yes or no. Clearly, everybody, all of these commissioners have severe doubts about the plan that PNM has brought forward, about whether the siting study was adequate, whether it's going to be above ground, destroying natural resources, et cetera, et cetera. The easy and only simple way to solve this is simply grant the appeal. Tell PNM, go back to the drawing board, try again. Because you know, putting these conditions on are impossible. They're not willing to put this underground. If you're not willing to grant this appeal or grant this zone change with these lines above ground, the only possible action is just grant the appeals and deny their zone change, and let them come back with a better. This proposal is not fully baked, right? It needs more time in the oven. That's what's clear from y'all's comments. Just say no. Just grant the appeal, deny the zone change, deny the sector plan change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cadden. I'd like to just make sure I'm understanding the conditions, going back to that, and I appreciate your thoughts and your perspective on that. And then from Mr. Ham or Ms. Iverson or whoever, there was, and I was asking Julie about that to make sure I'm understanding the three conditions that we discussed. Is number one, being underground, and then the question came up in terms of you know, the practicality of it, the cost of it, and who's gonna pay for that, all of which makes sense to know. And then there was discussion, if my notes serve me correct, of a routing study. Was that part of the condition that I think
hasn't been done.
that we discussed? But then we also discussed the analyzing alternative sites, and I'm just trying in my mind to understand, are those really two separate things, or they're just one thing? When we're talking about routing, we're talking about the lines, and then when we're talking about analyzing alternate sites, you only relating to the station. Is that correct? Is that what we're talking about? Just to be clear? Commissioner Benson's nodding yes? And that's, okay. Just so everybody's clear about that, at least so I'm clear about it. I don't know if anybody.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Cadigan, I think you're brilliant. And I do think that what we have here is a motion on the table of a continuance with the 3 conditions. And what was the question was, how much time we want for P&M to come back, for the staff to come back and give us those answers that still remain. And I'm going to propose a continuance of 120 days. Yeah, so as part of that motion, if I have a second on that.
I maintain the second.
All right, any further discussion?
And I call the question.
Question is called. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand.
Yes.
All opposed, please raise your hand. Commissioner Benson, did you?
I voted aye.
You voted aye, thank you. All right. That motion was approved, 4-0. Mr. Ham, you have a question?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there are 7 items on your agenda today. I wanted to just be clear if the intention of the board is for that to apply to all 7 requests before you today.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that is the tension. And for the record, would you prefer that we read into those, or how would you like to handle that in terms of, but that is correct, of all the different items, the appeals and the hearing, public hearing, that would be.
Okay. Mr. Chair, that seems to be satisfactory to county staff.
That certainly is the intention, is how we've been proceeding, how we've been discussing this, yes. County Manager, do you have some additional thoughts?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we're doing our very best to follow the conversation. And I just want to affirm with this, go ahead, did you have something else? Could you just for, maybe we have one moment, just to make sure we do this correctly. That was if it moves forward, they want it buried. No, they want the cost, but they just want it to be buried.
But, you know, it's, I mean, there is a distinction there that I think we're asking. I understand it.
It's a condition of approval to bury the lines.
Okay, I'm still.
We're trying to make sure we understand the direction, and I'll. Yes. So if it's all right, I'd like the director just to restate the motion. That way it's inclusive of all 7, so that we make sure we dot our i's and cross our t's.
For the record, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, staff understands that there are 3 things that the board desires in the continuance to happen. One is to supplement the siting study to a level satisfactory to the board. One is to supplement the routing study to a level satisfactory to the board. And the third is to conduct a more detailed analysis around the cost of burying the transmission network and how those costs might be distributed amongst the customer base for P&M.
I think that is correct. Commissioner Olivas and Baca, do you agree that's?
I do think that the siting was left out of there, the siting of the actual substation. Did you say that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Olivas, that was the first, so to just restate them for clarity, supplementing the siting study, which would be for the substation site, supplementing the transmission route study to the satisfaction of the board, and conducting an additional and a more detailed analysis around the cost to bury the transmission network and how the cost might be distributed amongst PNM's customer base.
I guess so, yeah, that's satisfactory. That isn't, I don't think that exactly captures the motions we voted on, but we could do that. I think it's.
Commissioner
Please
Baca.
clarify, because we want to make sure we're getting this accurately.
I mean, I think that the intent or the sort of motions we voted on were to add those conditions of approval. So, you know, I guess I'm just saying that when this comes back, we need to have a more fully baked list of those conditions. Now, I understand we may choose to remove those conditions later on, but we just added those to the motions before us. Now, we didn't adopt the final motion, and I did ask for some of that prior to the meeting, and that didn't happen. So, you know, I'm hoping that the new motion, the new agenda, will include those conditions that we added.
Yes.
And any additional information consistent with those.
Thank you.
So,
I
yes.
think what we're trying to weed through are the analysis is to make sure we do the appropriate level of analysis relative to the conditions, because the conditions are connected to analysis because you're asking questions about them. So just to make sure that and that all 7 items are being continued. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Yes, Commissioner Benson.
And I'd like to clarify that the county is responsible for that analysis. And if you choose to work with PNM, okay, but we're gonna get information from the county, and if you need a third party, I'd like that to be an option. Part of, and I agree with Commissioner Olivas with the cost fairness, but that's part of the rationale for the location too, is that
Right.
the question is Sandia Heights paying for electricity demand for, you know, the I-25 corridor? Now, that's an intangible cost. I mean, it's a cost on their life, you know, daily living, not necessarily in their utility bill. And what you're addressing is the utility bill cost, making sure that's fair. And so they go in together. So that's my only clarification, is that I'd like to know where the information's coming from, that you can direct me, just for clarity's sake.
So I'm going to take just try to respond to that and make sure that you get the information, all of you, that you're requesting. 2 things that we would like to acknowledge. One is that we would need to have a robust partnership with PNM to understand the plans. I think, and whatever numbers that they produce, whatever studies they produce. And second, we would look for a trusted third party that we could rely on for that analysis. I mean, to assist us with the analysis. That's what you're asking. Okay.
That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Yes, we can do that. Absolutely.
Is that the understanding of the movement and second?
Mr. Chair.
Please.
And I would just ask that with that analysis, County Manager, I hope that the staff can come back with the proposed conditions of approval. That's what we're lacking.
The written conditions of approval,
Proposed.
proposed written conditions.
At the future meeting, in 120 days when we come back.
Given that understanding of who's going to do what, I have to just say realistically, is 120 days going to be sufficient time? I don't know that we could get an independent third party in 90 days, to be honest with you, just in terms of normal procurement process.
I think that's a very fair assessment. What I would recommend is that and we're happy to do this, is to be able to do a mechanism for checking in, either giving you a report in writing with the actual time once we understand that better. And also, we need time to speak to PNM in a little more length and find somebody that we all feel confident can do that analysis.
So are you suggesting, Carrie Manager, that there would be a report back in 120 days, or?
What I'd like to do is give you something in writing in 120 days that says, here's what we've learned, and that way we can be much more accurate with the timeline, because we'll have a better understanding of what kind of research will be required and what that third party will need to do, and what information the third party may request, which we haven't talked to anybody yet. So we can do it one of two ways. We can come do a report back like this with a written report that just says, that explains where we are in the process, or we could come back at a later time. But the reason I like the 120 days is I think the point you raised, Commissioner Olivas, and I think the Commissioner Benson, the points that you've raised, in terms of hearing from the community, we want to make sure we're keeping the community apprised as well in terms of our progress.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add 3 more requirements. I'm just kidding.
Can we take a half an hour break and we come back and discuss it further, Commissioner Benson? Okay, I think we're on track, and Commissioner Olivas, are you feel comfortable with this? Okay, all right, and and this is important, right? This is important to everybody here, to all the residents of both communities, to PNM, to the entire community. This is important. And so I think this clarification, discussion just simply reflects the importance of this topic for our community. And we do appreciate the involvement. And as Mr. Kagan indicated, having been in this situation before, sometimes there's not a good compromise. But I think getting this additional information would allow for a more informed decision and the best call that we could possibly make. Whether or not it makes everybody happy is another question. But thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. And unless there's further discussion, I would, County Clerk, Madam Clerk, is there anything that I've left out from this process that you can? Okay. Commissioners,
Yeah.
staff, anything else? Yes, ma'am.
Could you take that vote formally?
Yeah, I thought we did, but we did not.
I'll make the motion.
Or the first?
Second. Oh, for the 120-day report back? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a motion. Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes. That's approved.
Just to affirm. Yeah,
Thank you.
Hey, Jim.
Julie.
Okay. For the record, we're officially adjourning the meeting. Thank you. We're gonna just skip.